The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Well-Being.
And he also then responded as, it's a statement. And that's why I chose that name, is because I wanted people using it as in our community as a statement. No white guilt. No white guilt is the most revolutionary thing you can say in any Western country today. It is, without question, the most revolutionary thing you can say. It shatters anti-white narrative. It shatters what they need to be able to victimize us, which is that we willingly lower our guard and allow ourselves to be victimized. So you got to say no white guilt. And the fact that he ended up saying that, awesome. Because there are more than one. I've been on both the radio and the JF. Mudfish says, I'll load a card with a substantial amount to help keep you working. My word, because you're the best voice we have. I really thank you for that. You know what? I'm not the best anything. I'm just the guy who tries with all his heart. One of these days I'm gonna tell the story, and it's going to have to be on a video. I won't be able to do it on a live stream because it makes me too emotional, and then I can't talk. One of these days I'm going to tell you the story of one of my brothers and the heart that at that time that little boy had. That's it. That's what we're going to say right now. Heart is what matters. Not skill, not talent, not looks, nothing, none of that. Heart is what matters. Tenacity, desire, passion. You can all have that. You can all access that. That is what matters. Get up in the morning, and when your feet hit the floor, I want the anti-whites to tremble in their boots. That is how you make your life matter. The anti-whites know better than anybody what's going to harm and undermine what they are doing. Is that not the case? So if they know better than anyone else on planet Earth what is going to undermine what they're doing, and these are not the pink-haired anti-whites at YouTube, at this platform, or that platform. These are the governments. If they're saying, no, don't let these people hear that lexicon, those dialectics. They're telling you that it works. They're telling you that they can tell it's going to undermine what they are poisoning you with. They're saying that's the antidote. Don't let it into our country. HC Entertainment, £5 investment. Thank you very much for that, HC. How can you not love this guy? 100% dedicated to the cause. Amen in return. Thank you very much for that kind investment. But to us, they will throw the laurel of victory around our necks. Our names will be the ones that they remember. Our lives. You can be remembered through your lineage. You can be that great-great-grandfather who fought for white well-being, grandfather thus and such, and your image goes up on the wall in their home. Now that is something that gives me chills. That's something that I would feel absolute honor to be able to be that face on the wall in that family, generations from now. He did all that he could. That's how I want to be. How do you want to be? If at all. Anger is a virtue when it protects the innocent. I want you to have that. I want you to use that MC, mean curative, when you go out and have conversations online, in person. So let's get into some of this now. How about the anti-whites? Now, we talked about it before. Why do the anti-whites need to censor us? They need to censor us because they cannot allow you to hear what I have to say. Because if you hear what I have to say, then they, anti-whites, lose their control over your thoughts. If they lose control over what you think, then they lose control over your actions. They admit it. I have listened to their lectures where they have said, we cannot allow people to hear the white positive message because it's too alluring. Because it makes too much sense to them. So we have to shut them down. We never engage them in conversation. That is what the anti-whites teach their propagandists at the highest levels. They only engage us when it is a prearranged situation like an interview, and they have set it up so that we are always going to lose the conversation. Yes, a statement, no white guilt. That is, no white guilt is the most revolutionary thing you can say in any Western country today. It is, without question, the most revolutionary thing you can say. It shatters anti-white narrative. It shatters what they need to be able to victimize us, which is that we willingly lower our guard and allow ourselves to be victimized. So you got to say no white guilt. And the fact that he ended up saying that, awesome. Has it been 2 hours since we've started? I have limitless energy for the cause of white well-being, ladies and gentlemen. So we have some interesting things coming up.
But I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the sake of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. standing proud. In the face of the hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Hell yeah, we will have our home. It is the best kept secret in service to white well-being and the recapture of our destiny. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Church of the West. Featured stories today are Brinkmanship in Minneapolis, Jake the J Lang, that is, Chinese selecting U.S. leaders. What is up with that? And Virginia ruined overnight. Go free lesson of the day. Do you speak or write like an anti-white? It's a disease, and we'll talk about it. your comments and questions, and then there's this. A king summons his 3 most loyal servants, Alex, Lawrence, and Michael. He said to Alex, "Alex, kiss my ring." And Alex happily stepped forward and kissed the king's ring. The king then said to Lawrence, "Lawrence, kiss my thigh." So Lawrence stepped forward and kissed the king's thigh. The king then turns to the third man and yells, "Michael, why are you running?" Michael, it is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And it is a glorious day in service to white well-being, as are all of them. And it's great to see every one of you. Thank you so much for coming by. It is wonderful to see you. Church of the West, ladies and gentlemen. Why is Michael running? What's up with that? Let's jump right into this, ladies and gentlemen. Manchurian generation ballot flood. More than 1 million Chinese with U.S. citizenship could vote in 2030 elections. What in the fucking hell is that? Look at this. Don't you just want that flooding into your Western country so that they can vote? More than 1 million Chinese with U.S. citizenship who grew up in communist China will soon start voting in American elections. Number 1 New York Times best-selling investigative journalist and Breitbart News senior contributor Peter Schweitzer reveals in his new book, The Invisible Coup, how American elites and foreign powers use immigration as a weapon. You might immediately say to yourself, well, you know, if the American government has any sense, if the Canadian government has any sense, they'll just take the citizenship away from these people. Except I will point you to the reality that anti-whites in the United States, in countries across the West, they have millions upon millions of anti-whites internally undermining everything we try to do for the country. So there will be judges, as there are judges now. There will be politicians, whole political parties, and there'll be alliances and all of this to undermine any legitimate de-enfranchisement of what clearly is a coup by China trying to sneak in the back door. As Schweitzer is pointing out here, of course, we understand that places like China, all these countries around the world are financing anti-whiteism in the West, because the worst thing for competitors or to Western civilization is a proud, unified white race identifying on our birth a people with many countries and many more ethnicities. That is the most terrifying thing to the world, that I can promise you. In his explosive new book, Schweitzer details how Chinese elites have exploited America's birthright citizenship policies by engaging in a practice known as birth tourism. This is something that's been talked about for a long, long time. And if we had a people, ladies and gentlemen, if the white race were a people, we would object to this immediately. Our politicians would immediately, from all of our parties, would say, no, of course not. That's not going to be permitted. We're not going to allow these people to come into the United States or come into any of our countries and to be able to get citizenship and to vote in our laws and have this weird dual citizenship where they're actually loyal to some foreign country. No, thank you. Birthright citizenship policies. birth tourism, whereby Chinese mothers intentionally travel to the United States and give birth on American soil so that their newborn children will automatically be granted U.S. citizenship. As I just said, it's extremely dangerous for the West because of the anti-whites that we have internally. Very easy on its surface to say we should just cancel their citizenships. They shouldn't be allowed to vote in our elections. Of course, they shouldn't be allowed. But the anti-whites will object because the anti-whites in the West want anti-white outcomes. Folks, we're really running out of time. The clock is ticking. The second hand is moving faster than ever. We are running out of time to recapture our destiny. It is not going to be by some conservative individual in power who is dictating this or that, for now causing a lot of waves, for now achieving some gains for the founding stock of all Western countries, founding every second of our existence, Westmen, Western kind, white men and women. One of birth tourism's biggest appeals is the chain migration that it triggers, which we have heard in our entire lives from anti-whites. Never happens, except as soon as we dig in, as soon as we look, we see that it is exactly what obviously is happening all along. It is, well, their family has to be brought in, and then, well, the wife has to bring in her brother because he's a little handicapped, and the father has to bring in his parents because they can no longer take care of themselves in their country. It just goes on and on and on. And there are so many different paths to citizenship across Western civilization that it's seemingly limitless. They can keep coming in and requesting. They can come in on a visa. They can come in on a student visa. They can keep requesting changes in status the entire time they're here. And what do you think, anti-white politicians? You might immediately think of somebody like Ilhan Omar. Sure, her office is going to be handing out citizenship, but it's not just her office. It is anti-whites across the board, even anti-whites in the Republican Party. When such children turn 21, they can also apply for resident status for both of their parents. Oh, did I just say that? Schweitzer explains. Meanwhile, the anti-white bitches at YouTube, they had their finger on the delete this video button until they found out, oh, geez, this Schweitzer guy said it too. So we can't just say Jason made it up, and so we'll take the video away. To demonstrate the extent of the practice, he uses the U.S. territory of Saipan in the Pacific as an example, writing that more than 70% of the newborns in Saipan are PRC birth tourist parents who utilize the territory's 45-day visa-free visitation rules and the covenant of the Northern Mariana Island to guarantee that their children will have American citizenship. So you have, talk about bizarre, and nobody is talking about this until Schweitzer writes this up in the book. Nobody's even talking about this, and suddenly it would be upon Westmen across. And what are all the cucks going to do then? They're going to say, it's not fair. They've been sneaking in for generations, and now they can sway elections. Now they can sway the election for the president of the United States. Who will be the president of the United States? What do you think communist Chinese citizens of the United States, of Canada, etc., who do you think they're going to vote for? The most patriotic? Who do you think they're going to vote for? Do you think they're going to vote for the more anti-white politician, for more anti-white outcomes to pull down the West so that China can reign supreme? The red worm on planet Earth can reign supreme? No, thank you. He writes on here, because the U.S. federal government does not directly track birth tourism, no one knows the true extent of the practice. Schweitzer, I have seen all the way back in 2000 some estimates, and it's like the Republican Party not interested. Now, for as much as they love Republican politicians to combat the fake foe, the ghost of a foe of communism, for as much as they love to combat that, because nothing punches back at them and they can act tough. They can go out to their sewing circles in the conservative circles in general, and they can go out and they can say, look, I'm fighting the ghost of communism, and don't you want to vote for me again? For as much as they love doing that, why are they saying nothing about this? This is going to determine presidential elections. This is going to determine elections across the West, where China has inserted its population. Chinese officials estimate the number is a staggering 50,000 of their own citizens per year. So if China is telling you 50,000 per year, what do you think the actual number is? This is warfare. This is demographic warfare. The white people of the world can influence who will lead China, who will lead Iran, but they can influence in the West, because we are not a people. And since we are not a people, anti-whiteism is allowed to be virulent and grow rapidly and maintain the moral high ground and sustain the anti-white immoral imperative as the morality of the West. Nothing will remedy that. No amount of deportations, no amount of Trump saying something badass, no amount of ICE agents heading into a little taco eatery and being served, and as badass as it is, being served by the people there and then arresting them all and deporting them. As badass and funny as that is, that won't stop the undermining of the United States and indeed of the totality of the West. So they estimate that 50,000 per year, it's probably 10 times. Scholars who have studied the subject in depth, like the Australian-based professor Salvatore Babonas, put the figures even higher, perhaps twice that, more than that. Come on. With up to 100,000 Chinese babies born as U.S. citizens every year. He writes, birth tourism may result in millions of new elite Chinese Americans. I wonder how they'll treat the American employees and the Canadian employees. And by here, I mean the people who are America in their biospirit, who are Canada in their biospirit. Some researchers place the number higher still. Geez, maybe I should have read this before we looked at it. Media Research, a Chinese data analyst company, says that in 2018 alone, 150,000 people came from China to the United States to practice birth tourism. This is insane. While Trump administration is preoccupied with finding every Central and South American they can find across the United States, the Chinese are legally filling the voter rolls. They won't need to, the Democrats won't need to lie on the voter rolls anymore. And we find, of course, every time we turn around, it's 50,000 more, 150,000 more, 350,000 more, completely fraudulent. Every time, my opinion, of course, check it out for yourself. You know what happens? They're stealing your vote. They steal your real vote. You know, for decades, the Democrats have been talking about how the white race, by way of the euphemism or the dysphemism of the Republicans, have been stealing the vote of blacks, of the poor blacks and the poor Hispanics, by making the poll stations close at a normal hour and not allowing them to go collect ballots, harvest them from neighborhoods and all that. We used to be that way, right? You were just stealing their votes by not allowing them to come in and vote without ID, because you can't expect them to have identification like you have to have identification. Right? You were stealing their votes all along, and you capitulated. You said, okay, yeah, give them more time. Let them vote without ID. Let them on and on and on. You capitulated the entire time. The reality was your vote was stolen, because when people who are not citizens or who shouldn't be citizens are voting, your vote is canceled. So that means your contract with the state is canceled, but you still obey the laws. You still obey the laws in this lawless land where villains get to do whatever they want. If they got enough money or they have the right anti-white ideology, they can do whatever they want. But you're still obeying by the laws. You're still paying their taxes because your ass will go to jail forever. But your side of the contract upheld, well, their side, the state side of the contract, is void. They're voided through votes that cancel your vote. They're voided through the interpretation of the laws by way of the anti-white immoral imperative, on and on. And meanwhile, while that's happening, and none of your taboo grifters are talking about this, are they? Because it's not a hot button issue yet. They're like this. And as soon as China becomes a hot button subject that will get attention to them, make them money, get them aggrandized, then all the taboo grifters will be talking about it. Not until then. But they'll just keep flip-flopping. They'll just keep flip-flopping until it does show up. According to Schweitzer, the practice Chinese birth tourism state has flourished in the past 15 years, been longer than 15 years, with at least 750,000 and possibly as many as 1.5 million Chinese who are also American citizens by virtue of being born here, now growing toward adulthood in China. By the way, while you're thinking about, well, you mean they've come into an American territory, or they come into one of the lower 48 or Alaska or Hawaii or wherever it is, they get citizenship, and then they go back to China, and then they're allowed to vote in our elections. They get to mail in their little ballots. They get to mail in. How many states are each of them registered in order to vote? Probably every Democrat state, every blue state, probably, right? Not only that, they're getting benefits. They're getting benefits. They're paying nothing into our system. Go ahead, check it out for yourself. Maybe it's my opinion. Check it out maybe I just understand it wrong. But check it out for yourself. Do you remember Doge? You remember this little thing called Doge, and they were finding this kind of shit all over the place? Millions and millions, and who knows, just to China alone, how many of our dollars are making their way over to these American citizens in China. And guess what? China's not the only country that's doing it. It's just the biggest competitor on the world stage with the United States. And the white man's dying hegemony, or the echo of the hegemony that's left over, they're just the biggest competitor. There are other countries doing this too. Now, do we have your attention yet? Chinese is a unique challenge to the United States because, quote, perhaps more than a million or millions of Chinese nationals have become citizens by virtue of being here. They are often children of elites who have prospered in the communist Chinese system. So how do you like that? So they're rich and they're elite. They're elite over in China, and they're getting benefits. They have been suitably indoctrinated in CCP-controlled schools and taught about U.S. values, culture, or history from a distorted CCP perspective. Technically, as American citizens, they are eligible to vote in elections and can relocate to the United States at any time when they turn 21, can sponsor their parents to come as well. Their siblings, they can sponsor them. Their children, of course, get to come with them as permanent residents. Based on what little data we have about Chinese to U.S. birth tourism, this tidal wave could hit American society. You know what I want to, this tidal wave could hit American society as soon as 2030. What did we talk about 2030? This tidal wave just from China alone. And again, they're voting. They can vote. They have them ballots. No problem. They're going to be voting wherever they are because they're American citizens. So what have we talked about 2030 and what that means for the white race, Western kind? We're not going to be able to take away their citizenship and all of their rights and everything by the normal means, my friends, by the normal means, because the anti-whites are going to undermine it every step of the way. You have no idea how close we are. No idea. but keep fighting the cuck battle, or keep, something that is important though. One group of taboo grifters who won't be complaining about China? The ones paid by China, directly or indirectly. We talked about, and it's in this community, in the white positive sphere, robustly known that all of the internet is fake, except for that which you can take away and use in your real life as useful, right? Everything else is fake. Everything else has agents and these shadowy figures who are paying and funding and connecting and making there be more views. So there's a bandwagon effect, this psychological warfare tactic, on and on and on and on. So there'll be a collection of taboo grifters who will never talk about China, or who will downplay China. I can think of a couple right now who I'm pretty confident are getting money from the Chinese, either directly or indirectly. And there'll be no criticism of China as a consequence. The problem of birth tourism emerged as a large-scale practice during the Obama administration. Schweitzer explains that the Obama administration encouraged this practice, which soon grew on an industrial scale. So I wonder why Obama, this anti-white POS, would encourage birthright citizenship. What do you think the reason is? Do you think he's a commie? If you do, find a roof. He's anti-white. America is a white country yet. And he wants to put an end to that. So birthright citizenship, of course he encouraged that. Especially in China, birth tourism is highly organized, supported by the Chinese Communist Party. So it's been made into a business by the Communist Chinese, according to Schweitzer. And perhaps represent a covert method of injecting millions of citizens into America. Many of the parents involved are pillars of the Chinese elite in the CCP. Members, senior officials of intelligence agencies, and government ministers. The practice targets a vulnerability in U.S. immigration law, suggesting that China's malicious intent is civilizational warfare through subversive immigration. All the way back, even before 2000, when I was working on the Hill, there were a lot of writers who were talking about how the Chinese always play like a feminine, this feminine nature that the Chinese people have, a long generational method of warfare. This is it. I bet you they were just spouting off. I bet you they were shooting loads when they figured this out generations ago. This absolutely appeals to what appears to be, in my opinion, a female or feminine nature of the Chinese people, or at least the Chinese Communist Party, or most of the Chinese Communist Party in general. Not everybody, of course, but it does appear that way when you take a long view of history, at least when I'm reading history. Another form of the U.S. birthright citizenship that has been used by Chinese nationals is the widespread use of surrogate mothers in the United States to carry children of the senior CCP officials. We've heard about this from time to time, using surrogates, white women in America. These officials then collect the children at birth and raise them back in China. One such senior Chinese Communist Party official is Xiao, who Schweitzer says has produced more than 100 million in California, purchased 100 million in California real estate, and has an interest in, quote, producing children via surrogacy with women across the United States, close quote. This just gets worse and worse and worse. Xiao is just the tip of the iceberg of children with Chinese parents being produced via surrogacy with American women, and thereby U.S. citizens who will join the legions of others born here via birth tourism. And of course, some of these surrogate women as well are Chinese Americans. Records of California indicate there are 107 companies with the word surrogacy in the name in the state alone. In California alone, all 107, more than 107, owned by Chinese. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. And a thought occurred to me last night as I was showering, and with regard to Greenland and the Chinese. I saw this headline. I hadn't read this. We read it together. And I was showering, and then suddenly an epiphanic moment, not even really thinking about this. And the light bulb went out. I wasn't electrocuted being in the shower, even though the light bulb went off. And it suddenly hit me. The United States needs Greenland, yes, for numerous reasons. And two of the big ones, of course, are controlling the northern part of the globe so that the newer weapons produced by Russia and China aren't able to exploit that shortcut to the United States. The United States has to be there, national security, but it's bigger than that, my friends. They need Greenland. As I say, this hit me in the shower, to forestall the militaristic takeover by the United States of Canada. Oh, yeah. Canada is long down the road of subjugation by communist China. Same tactics. China pouring in there, the Chinese people, communist Chinese, pouring into Canada, their votes deciding elections, their money deciding what politicians have the war chest to run for office. And therefore, Canada is a target of China in order to undermine the United States. So the only way to forestall the military invasion of Canada by the United States is to encircle Canada. Encircle Canada with the weapons of the United States, and then China would realize maybe this is not going to work. Maybe we can't use Canada against the United States. Eventually, though, as long as China exists and persists, Canada eventually is going to have to fall to the United States. There's no way that the anti-whiteism in Canada is at its runaway pace with as many Chinese and Chinese dollars that are in Canada. There's no way at this point, at least with the tools available at the moment, maybe that will change in the future. You know how human ingenuity, especially the ingenuity of the white man, is. But nonetheless, it's gotten to a point now where as long as China and Russia, for that matter, persist at their power level and with this posture toward the United States, Canada is a threat in its current state to the United States. It can't be permitted. And that's where we are, unfortunately, as we get ready to jump into our quick news and laughs, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what we have on the menu.
This, but right now Britain is so short on soldiers that it's preparing to send senior citizens to war.
Now, this story really is pissing me off to no end, because here you have the anti-white garbage motherfuckers who the non-white population who aren't the British, who aren't the English, who aren't the Irish. Yes, they are the paper those things. They're paper Brits. They're paper Irish. They don't fight in any substantial number for the country. They need the senior citizen white men, white males that are left on that island, that archipelago. They need to drag out the old white guys to fight for the United Kingdom. How absolutely despicable.
That's right. Under a new armed forces bill, the government is raising the military call-up age from 55 to 65 and lowering the trigger from a direct attack on the UK to vague warlike preparations. In other words, retired citizens could be mobilized before a war even officially starts. And officials are desperately trying to market this as a good thing, a boost to readiness, praising the valuable skills of older veterans. But the reality is far less impressive.
Let's just get those up. 60-year-old white guys, 65-year-old white guys. We can't get any of these. We can't get a big enough percentage of these non-white guys that are the white erasure element of white erasure in the United Kingdom. We can't get a big enough number of them to fight for the United. Really? Because that's not how human beings operate. Of course, we've understood this all along. That's not how they operate. I'm no more going to fight for India than they're going to fight for the United Kingdom. Give me a break. I'm no more going to fight for Pakistan. They're going to have to, if I were in Pakistan, they'd have to go recruit their senior citizens. Can you see, it is the kind of thing, and I'm not wont to gallows humor. This is the kind of thing, though, that people who are not, they grow up and they're still children in adult bodies. This is the kind of thing they would all laugh about. The government showing up and wheeling out a bunch of old white guys out of senior homes. We need you now. Do it for the crown. Do it for the Union Jack. Fuck you.
With public support for escalation in Ukraine weakening, confidence in leadership eroding, and more citizens choosing to leave the country, the British Army has fallen to just over 70,000 deployable troops. It's small.
We used to be in the UK an amazing people, a world globe-trotting, sun never setting empire. That's what we used to be in the UK. Look at what anti-whiteism has done to us. In the UK, we're so senescent and weak and effeminate, girly, anti-white that they're turning to the graves. They're turning to the cemetery to find white guys to fight for the empire.
Smallest force in more than 200 years. Recruitment is failing, volunteers aren't replacing losses, and the government admits it can't even fund its own defense plans, facing a $28 billion shortfall. Now, as Russia openly threatens the UK with a nuclear attack if they deepen their involvement in Ukraine, the pressure is mounting. So instead of fixing the problem, they're widening the net, pulling in pension-aged veterans as Europe edges towards war.
Disgusting.
Rising up, back on the street.
Come on, don't play that song. This is, look at this dog here. It says, my girlfriend's dog is mean to me when she's not looking. Look at the dog. It keeps looking back at the girlfriend and then looks at the boyfriend and growls. He's like, okay, she's not looking. I'd say once that boyfriend out of there. Take a look at this. America has been a regular customer. Oh, this woman here. Okay, she's an American at a Sapphire spa service in Minnesota. She went in for an eyelash appointment, and the workers were talking about ICE. They then asked her if she supported ICE, and she said she did. And they immediately threw her out. But I thought you can't do that. Where are my conservatives out there? Where are the cucks? Where are the cucks saying, but it's not fair. It's not fair. If we've got to bake the cake, then they should have to put her eyelashes on. Dipshits. That's not how the world works. Listen, Aunt B, you're going to have to become white positive or it's over. It's over for your white asses. Yeah, today this girl leaves with one eye, eyelashes done, and tomorrow they pluck one eye out of your head.
The reason men play video games is because we desperately need an escape from reality. Women don't need an escape from reality. They don't have to deal with reality when they're in reality. Women are only told what they want to hear. Lies like, no, those bangs don't make you look stupid. No, that outfit doesn't make you look fatter. Yes, women are mentally stable enough to be voting. Now, come on, let me see them tits. Also, women don't need a PS5. They already have an expensive electronic device to keep them busy. It's called the stove.
Flex on your wife.
Hey, when you go to a fancy party and decide to steal their 50-inch television, look at that outfit. I'm glad that fashion died. Now watch the ICE. They end up arresting this, but I think they should have called animal control. Look at this thing. Ah, there you go. Tranquilize it. Tranquilize it. The Nazi fascists are taking down our dog. Hey, my journey, or me leaving my house at, what does that say, 8:07 a.m., hoping I can make it to work by 7:30 a.m. Yes, we've all had mornings like that. Hundreds of non-citizens discovered in jury pool in just one county alone, ladies and gentlemen. I wonder how the non-citizens vote and lobby and argue in those jury rooms when the person on trial is white, especially a white male. These are the people who are deciding your fate. Hundreds of non-citizens discovered in the jury pool in one county alone. You know what that also means? They're collecting benefits. They're voting. Unbelievable. Hey, the wife sent this after picking up our dog from surgery, says he's still under the influence. I want some of what he has. Whatever they gave our dog. Did they send any home? Did the vet send any home? Maybe we need more. Whoever said out of sight, out of mind, never had a spider disappear in the bedroom. Ain't that the truth? A man sits down beside me on the train. The man. Loads of psychopaths around here. Me. Really? Man. Loads, mate. Me. How do you know? The man. There's signs, aren't there? Me. I guess. Man. I love them. 47 minutes of awkward silence, and then the man leaves the train. He has a bike, and I realize he was saying psychopaths. Oh, you're going to love this one.
Good morning.
Good morning, Matt.
Thank you. So there's a story about a couple from Minnesota, and they were experiencing a very cold and dreary winter, and so they decided, well, why don't we come down to Florida to experience some good weather? And they said, well, why don't we see if we can stay at the hotel where we honeymooned 20 years earlier? So they made the arrangements. The only little hiccup was the fact that they couldn't get on the same flight. And so they agreed that the husband was going to travel down to Florida on Thursday, and then on the next day, on Friday, the wife would follow. And so the husband arrives safely. He goes to the hotel, he checks in, and he decides to send his wife an email letting her know that he arrived safely. Well, he inadvertently made a very small mistake. He left out a letter in her email address. So this email went to somebody else. Now, the recipient of the email was a woman in Houston, Texas, who earlier that morning had buried her husband. What? Her husband was a minister. And in the evening, she said, well, let me check my email because I'm expecting that some friends and family who were not able to attend the funeral might be sending me some words of condolence and encouragement. Well, needless to say, when she opened up the first email, she fainted. And her son ran into the room to discover her. She was okay. But he looked at the computer screen, and this is the email that he found. To my loving wife, I've arrived. I know you're surprised to hear from me. They have computers here now, and you are allowed to send emails to your loved ones. I've just arrived and been checked in. I see that everything has been prepared for your arrival tomorrow. Looking forward to seeing you then. Hope your journey is as uneventful as mine was. P.S. It sure is hot down here. Well, good morning.
Oh boy, hey, give it up for Stop by Anti-Vitism.
Rise up bright, we're light in the sky. Hearts on fire, we'll never say die. Screaming loud, the heavens ignite. We're burning strong, yeah, we're super wild. Riding into the night.
Totally epic. I once read, you know your dog's name, but you'll never know what your dog named you. That dog's looking at you like he's named you something really stupid. How to get a girl to go home with you?
I heard the second best way to get a girl to go home with you is by being a funny guy.
What's the first?
A knife.
You're funny.
Good choice. You know, I heard the second best way to get a girl to go home with you is by being a funny.
Good choice. Minneapolis police chief states 24 of his officers have resigned. 18 of them are now working for ICE. Oh my God, I hope that's true. Hey, remember, I just bring you the news. You have to check it out to find out if it's real. Take a listen to this. I may not have a brain, gentlemen, but I have an idea.
Rather than deport all of the illegals, what they should do is they should offer them a deal where if they hunt down 5 child predators, then they can get their papers, right? And then we call the program Alien versus Predator. Rather than deport all of the illegals.
I love it. Alien versus Predator. That's a fantastic program name. Do not shut this woman up. Quote, under capitalism, man oppresses man. Under socialism, it's the other way around. I love this bartender. Awesome. Oh, here's some ladies at work in the house.
Hold it right there.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, I wonder why nothing gets built by girls. Take a look at this guy. They're all just so kind and polite when ICE tries to stop. It's almost like they're stealing something of value in the country by taking citizenship.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Troopers, Texas police. Come out of the car. Come out of the car. Come out of the car. Open the window. In proceedings, you're good to go. Let me get my blade. Lower the window.
Watch out behind you, watch out! Holy watch out in front of you, watch out in front!
Get out of the car, get out of the car!
Wow.
Cut it off! Now! Cut it off! Get out of the car! Paul! Cut off! I ain't gonna come out of the car! Right. Come out of the car! Come out! Now! 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 Now!
Cup the living shit out of that guy. Another, this was in San Antonio. Another using the automobile as a weapon, weaponizing the 2,000 pounds to kill you. They should have been able to shoot him dead, in my opinion. Take a look at this. The U.S. kidnapped the Prime Minister of Greenland. Oh, it's ours now. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, we have this.
I was 10 years old. My dad told me the most consequential event of the 20th century was World War II. And that one of the most consequential events of World War II was the liberation of Europe, D-Day, June 6, 1944. And then my grandfather was there. So I said, can I go talk to him? Can I go talk? He says, no. Your grandfather suffers from this thing called survivor's guilt. Why did he survive when his friends around him were all killed that day? So if he wants to talk about it, he'll talk about it. But if he doesn't, he won't. So we used to go see him every Sunday. Finally, one Sunday, my dad said, "Hey, Robbie, Grandpa wants to talk about D-Day." I was like, "What? No, yeah, just let him do the talking." So I went in there and I said, "Grandpa, you can tell us about D-Day, June 6th, 1944, the liberation of Europe, Omaha Beach. What was that like?" And I'll never forget. He told me.
Well, I was sleeping in the morning. And since the Amerikaners started attacking, I said, "Mach schnell weg, they are coming! They are coming! Herr Hitler was right! They are f***ing coming! Ich habe eine große Schwanzluke und roten Dicke. So we shooting. Killing as many Americans as we could. But there was too many.
Oh my
Finally,
God,
we ran.
let's rock.
You wear a mask of lies, denying the words you've carved. Your empty white venom spreads, leaving souls broken and scarred. Saboteur, your time will come. Coward face the pain you've sown. Your facade will crumble. Justice will reclaim its throne. You mock the bleeding hearts, feeding on their silent screams, but shadows hide your guilt and your deepest anxieties. Hypocrite, your empire's fallen, built on the bones of trust. Anti-white, feel their anguish as your world turns to dust. Saboteur, your time will come. Coward, face the pain you've sown. Your facade will crumble. Justice will reclaim its throne. You lock the bleeding hearts, feeding on their silent screams, but shadows hide your guilt in your deepest anxieties. Hypocrite, your empire's fallen, built on the bones of trust. Anti-white, feel their anguish as your
All right, give it up for Sloths, the maker of this excellent tune. Give it up for Sloths, ladies and gentlemen. Great to see you all here today. Thanks for coming over. We got a lot of news, perspicacious comments, a lesson of the day, so much more coming up. Let me know if you can hear me all right.
facade will crumble. Justice will reclaim its throne. No more lies to shield you. The truth will take its stand. In ruins you'll find solace by our victims' righteous hands.
Totally epic piece of music. Thank you all for coming by today. Church of the West, we are here. If you'd like to financially gift yours truly, you could do so at a number of platforms. The app that permits cash, Subscribestar, are up and running. The Dude Bro Moment platform, also known as Entropy, is up and running and functioning perfectly. We have DLive as an option for financial gifting, as well as Premium Rumble. I'll be keeping my eyes on all of those. If you would like to get a message to me while we are together, you could do so at all of the aforementioned platforms, as well as YouTube, up and running right now. Make sure you tag me as @NoWhyGuilt. And you just saw me putting posts up on the screen from X. You can tag me there as well. And also on Odyssey, surrounded by monitors here. Please reach out with your comments, your questions, your concerns, because this is Church of the West. It's all about empowering you. And we want you to leave Church of the West with a lens and a view and an understanding of the world so that you can become a better you and influence your circles for white well-being so that we can together recapture our destiny. And it's wonderful to see you. You can also participate in the premier institution in service to white well-being, and that is the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org. It's a 501c3, and you can donate there we would like to see you participate. God bless you for that. If you head on over to knowwhiteguilt.org, you'll see all of these links here as well as others. knowwhiteguiltcollectibles.com. You can head on over there for a number of items that are related to the work that we do here as well. And you can head on over to the description on any of the YouTube videos or streams, the live stream included. And you just rappel down into that description and you'll see things like our Telegram groups. We have several of those. You'll see things like links to the individuals, the actual musicians, as well as the music makers that we have here. And more importantly, I think for many of the folks out there who are new, the clip makers who do a marvelous job making clips of yours truly. They're bite-sized. Nothing else about me is bite-sized. That I can promise you. So thank you so much. Check it out. And if you have any questions about any of that, let me know. You'll also, by reaching out and looking through the description and all of these different links, find a number of the other magnificent heroes in service to white well-being, great leaders, situational champion leaders in service to white well-being. And we want you to follow them as well. Make sure you give all of those people a follow. And a big thank you to everybody who's shown up here on X, including, I just see right now, the great Gene has shown up over here on X as well. Good to see you. Big salutes. He's in the gym. Every white man should have some muscle. Good to see you there, brother. We have Perspicacious Comments coming up. We're going to jump into that. And then we're going to get into our chaos Brinkmanship in Minneapolis. Jake the J. Lang, white leader of the white race, is what the conservatives, I'm afraid, are trying to refer to. He's a big leader now, and they're trying to talk about that. What happened to him? And I guess he got what he deserved doing these stunts that he carries out as a taboo grifter. And then potentially some news about the once great state of Virginia, where I am, across from Mordor on the Potomac, going to the dogs overnight because of anti-whiteism. And without becoming a people and supplanting the anti-white immoral imperative with a white positive moral imperative, nothing will bring it back. And that'll just be the end. Perspicacious Comments. If you would like to get in the Perspicacious Comments, you can do so. You just need to get into the thread under the videos on my YouTube channel. And if you have something relevant or interesting, or you're just lucky, your comment will appear in the Perspicacious Comments that we share here on Sundays. Let's get right into it. Free Thinkers writes this: because of the anti-white narrative, the different varieties of white people have been pitted against each other. They also sometimes use the anti-white narrative to try to imply they are less evil than another kind of white people. This happens here in Quebec, where people of French descent tend to present themselves as victims of the Anglo-Saxon oppressors. As a result, vagues would rather side with non-white anglicized by the anti-white narrative, or angelized, by the anti-white narrative, than other groups of white people. Perspicacious, that's so very true. And I absolutely despised it my whole life. In the United States, we get this so often with the two groups of people that this will come from. Those who claim that they have Irish or fully Irish descended, and those who claim that they're Italian or fully Italian descended in the United States. And I'm not white. It's the exact same white flighting that you got from back in the 50s, 40s, 50s, and 60s, where white people all decided that they had American Indian in their genetic heritage, so they could white flight out of being the white race. That's what it is. Sorry, you're white. If you're French, Quebecois, then you're white. If you're Italian, you're white. If you're Irish, you're white. Hate to break it to you, stop being a pussy and a traitor on top of that. Well written, my brother. Sivan here writes that IRL Go Free Victory was awesome. I want to further add to Jared Taylor's failure in trying to arrest the victimization. He was talking about Nathan Lentini's epic IRL victory that we shared the other day. One of my victories, he says, using the Go Free lexicon, was when I was on Reddit, and there was this post saying that white homogeneity is evil. And this anti-white commenter said, we all bleed red. We're all the same. To which I used the meme curative. It's not the similarities that make us the same. It's the differences that make us different. To which the anti-white wrote back, yes, you are right. We should value our differences. To which, our differences. But unfortunately, for you, I'm ashamed of our similarities. Close quote. And then I wrote back, can you inform me why you're so anti-white? He did not respond. What was enlightening about that comment was the fact that he acknowledged that there are racial differences. In one TikTok video, I saw an anti-white black woman argue that because black people are lacking in vitamin D, white people built an advanced industrial society to victimize black people by putting them in cubicles and dorm rooms with dim light. And thus, that is why blacks are suffering from systemic oppression, and that white supremacists don't want us to know that there are racial differences. What's enlightening about these cases is the fact that anti-whites know there are racial differences. Jared Taylor, for years, had articulated that racial differences is the taboo of the West. And if we break the taboo, we can reclaim our nation from anti-whiteism. Unfortunately for Taylor, he only highlighted the subset of the superset taboo, which is white peoplehood. If you could take every MP and immoral argument that all anti-whites make, it all boils down to this one single sentence. White peoplehood is morally inferior, psychotic, and genocidal. This single taboo is what births every one of these MPs and the anti-white narrative. It is not taboo at all to say that blacks are less likely to get skin cancer because of the melanin in their skin. What's taboo is white peoplehood. And that's where you have to attack anti-whites. That's the very taboo, the eye of Sauron, that has to be destroyed and dismantled. Sivan, well said. Well said, my brother. Well said. Yeah, it appears that Mr. Taylor picked the wrong taboo to go after. Everybody seems to recognize the differences. Joseph here, speaking on this problem of the natural hierarchy. Joseph says, one comfort is that great men, quote, one comfort is that great men taken up in any way are profitable company. We cannot look, however, imperfectly upon a great man without gaining something by him. He is the living light fountain, which it is good and pleasant to be near, the light which enlightens, which has enlightened the darkness of the world. And this not as a kindly lamp only, but rather as a natural luminary shining by the gift of heaven, a flowing light fountain, as I say, of native original insight, of manhood and heroic nobleness, close quote. Thomas Carlyle on heroes, hero worship, and the heroic in history. I consider myself a very intelligent, physically able, respectable young man. I have no problem submitting myself to men greater than myself because I know that I can only benefit from basking in the light flowing from a great man. I hope I'm fortunate enough one day for your light to shine on me, Jason. Cucks and schmucks that cannot bring themselves to submit to their better are in revolt of the natural hierarchy that they claim to want to live in. Jealousy, ostracism, betrayal, and the like are weapons wielded by women and weak men to collapse that vertical hierarchy. Equality is the mortal enemy of excellence. Give it up for Joseph. Big salutes to you, brother. Big salutes to Joseph. It's an honor to stand shoulder to shoulder with you, champion. Thank you so much for those good words. He finishes with this. Joseph does. I was able to score a victory for white well-being at work this week. I was working with a certain coworker for the first time, and he was testing my politics to get to know me. When he found that I lived outside of the political status quo, the anti-white narrative, he started to make some white negative points. I stopped him in his tracks, and we had a long and productive discussion where I was able to introduce him to Go Free, its principles and its strengths. After everything, he said, quote, I can't disagree or argue with a single thing you said, close quote. Go Free works, exclamation point. Learn it and use it every day. Give it up for Joseph. What a victory. And that's the Perspicacious Comments. Big salute to you, champion. Well done. And so truthful. All of these, they want to live in this hierarchy. And then as soon as they come upon somebody who's figured something out that they haven't figured out, it's disparage him. He knows nothing. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz mobilizes state National Guard amid ongoing protest. Did you just hear what I just said? Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Or maybe you're asking that Black Teachers Union in Chicago, and for them it's governor because they can't spell. Tim Walz mobilizes state National Guard amid ongoing protests. Well, isn't that special? What's he going to use them for? Tensions are flaring in Minneapolis as protesters decrying ICE and its agents' use of force face off with federal law enforcement, and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz mobilizes the state National Guard to stand ready to assist. Let's have a quick look at what's happening in the civil war in Minnesota. Anti-ICE, so anti-white terrorists just beat an ICE supporter in downtown Minneapolis with a flagpole, causing severe bleeding. How long are we going to allow this to go on? Look at that. Anti-white terrorists forced a patriot to take off his American flag hoodie under threat of physical harm.
Take it! Take it the fuck off! No, don't take it off! You're not going to! Take it off and you are hurt! Take it off! Nothing's caught. Take it off! He gave you.
Pay attention to the fact that this guy is not white and they're calling him a Nazi F. It's kind of like Go Free and Jason Kuna and you in this community have been right all along.
Yeah. There you go. I got you. You're good. Get your ass up out of here. Go.
A group of white male engineers eating at Clancy's Deli in Minneapolis were surrounded and accused by far-left anti-white terrorists who mobilized to the scene because someone thought the men were ICE agents. The interesting thing about this, they came and attacked these men, and one of them was rabidly anti-white himself, shouting about how much he hates ICE and everything that ICE is doing. But guess what's true? Once again, we're right. When you're white, you can't be anti-white enough. This has got to be the funniest thing I've ever seen. I know, it's like you feel like a zoo. So they saw a group of white guys, and somebody got on the phone and called anti-white terrorists to show up. If you're not anti-white, then you're against us. Here we have anti-white terrorists are attempting to break down the fence outside Minneapolis ICE facility, but another anti-white terrorist jumped in and said, quote, "We don't have the numbers yet." Anti-white terrorists are now roaming around Minnesota, beating up anyone who says they support ICE. Something that's happening, I'll just cue you in. Some of these people are undercover agents, and I think this guy is an undercover agent. And he was pretending to be one of them, but then they figured out that he wasn't. Some of them still think he's one of them, but he does appear to be an agent when they pull up and snatch him up from the beating that he's receiving, the physical beating.
Hey, get up, get your ass up. You good? That's all they asked. Watch out. He's one of us. Okay, I'm one of them. He's one of us. Okay, good. I'm one of them. You all right, dude? You all right? Come on, breathe. He's one of us. How do we know? How do we know? I was with him earlier.
Look at it's like a trial right on the spot. How do we know? How do we know? They come and collect him. Look, here's the van. And the other ones run, he stays.
Back up. Back up. Yeah, save your Nazi. Put him in your Nazi van. Go get him some help. He needs a little bit of fucking...
So you see, the undercover agents there are attempting to prevent violence, and they're not initiating violence. They're being physically assaulted. They're attempting to prevent violence. They're attempting to save people who are attacked. And you'll see when we get to Jake the J. Lang that they clearly intervene as well as members of the crowd to protect him. We'll talk more about that when we get to it. DHS agents are now clashing with anti-white terrorists outside the federal facility in Minneapolis. Hundreds and hundreds of more videos just like this. We're not going to be able to get to them all, but giving you a little taste. As we continue, what would Walz and Farai be up to when they are doing things like calling up the National Guard? Would it be to suppress these people that are a benefit to their anti-white cause? Of course not. This is the Brinkmanship. It's getting really serious. Crowds of bundled up demonstrators chanted and waved signs Saturday in sub-freezing temperatures in downtown Minneapolis and at the Bishop Henry Whipple Federal Building. Extra measures were put in place in downtown Minneapolis with blocked roads and at least one hotel bolstering security due to the protest. You remember, they're attacking the hotels, looking for people who are employees of ICE or DHS to physically assault them. What else would be the point? And you can see the physical assaults taking place everywhere. So we even have a hotel, probably more than one, bolstering security to prevent the property from being destroyed. At the federal building, there were tense standoffs between federal law enforcement officers in riot gear and protesters. As large groups of officers approached the protesters from the federal building, the crowd responded with chants of expletives and boos. Some demonstrators urged the crowd to stay calm. CNN saw several protesters detained by federal law enforcement near the federal building, though the protests appeared largely peaceful. It appeared, and we will all never forget that video, that live video feed of, was it MSNBC? And they were talking about it being a peaceful protest and buildings were on fire behind the guy. It was like a Naked Gun movie. Absolutely ridiculous. But that's anti-whiteism. And the cucks will laugh at that. And they'll say, oh, it's so silly. It can't laugh. Except it's lasting the totality of your life. And it's gotten worse over the totality of your life. So is it just for laughing? In addition to Customs and Border Protection and Bureau of Prison Officers personnel from the Hennepin County Sheriff's Department were also present, but told CNN in the evening they did not detain or arrest anyone at the protest. Of course, you or I, behaving much better than these people in a protest against the victimization of Western kind, would all be beaten, tear gassed, and arrested. And then we would go before anti-white judges, and in our jury who would be deciding our fate, there would be non-citizens. Sheriff's deputies' vehicles were used to block parts of the streets from the anti-white terrorists. Earlier in the day, a far-right content creator, we'll get into that in a moment, Jake the J Lang, what did they call him? What did CNN refer? Just a far-right content creator? Officials have urged demonstrators to stay peaceful, knowing that they're not going to. I mean, that's like the mafia boss saying, I keep telling Bruno that he's got to take it easy when he breaks their thumbs. Walz has mobilized the National Guard to support the Minnesota State Patrol, which he has ordered to not help ICE, DHS, and the federal agents. If anything, Walz and Fry have been talking about the possibility of there being a confrontation between the state forces and the federal forces. Walz has mobilized the National Guard in support of Minnesota State Patrol, a spokesman for the Guard said Saturday. An official in the governor's office said the move was a reconfirmation of Walz's direction for the State National Guard to mobilize in support of the local law enforcement, but the Guard has not been deployed. It's an important little part of this brinkmanship that's happening right now between the state of Minnesota and United States government, and in particular Donald Trump. You'll see, mobilize them, they're ready to roll, and therefore I'm threatening you, Donald Trump, with using the National Guard against government agents. I haven't deployed them yet. I just want you to know the brinkmanship is on. Protesters intensified after an ICE agent, of course you all know, fatally shot Renee Good, an anti-white terrorist, in her car more than a week ago. Let's see. Fueled outrage at the Trump's administration's immigration crackdown, which has seen armed and masked agents, these are the bad people, according to CNN, employing aggressive tactics in targeted campaigns across the country. Outrage continued to build again this week when another federal agent shot and injured a Venezuelan man who was just trying to beat him in the head with a shovel. Apparently, if that's the right one. And it says, CNN says here, DHS accused him of violently, CNN puts it in quotes. What's happening here? What would happen in a healthy country? Well, the politicians who are instigating, the police chiefs who are instigating the resistance of law and order, they themselves would immediately be arrested. Why isn't that just happening? Because even though you have anomaly Donald Trump, you still have half of the country that are fanatical anti-whites. You still have the rest of the country who are all measuring their morality by way of the anti-white moral metric. And so they simply can't do what needs to be done. They're walking this fine line. And you have fire on both sides threatening to engulf the totality of it. There shouldn't be any violence. There shouldn't be any contention. There shouldn't be any disagreement. The feds should be able to move in, and the state should assist the feds in gathering up the problematic people and shipping their asses out of the country. But it can't be done for the aforementioned reasons. And things threaten to get worse and worse. Make no mistake, all of the efforts by Donald Trump to carry out the will of the voters who put him, anomaly Donald Trump, in office are severely hampered and undermined by anti-whiteism. Not just the anti-whiteism of Fries, Mayor Fries, and the governor and et cetera, Ilhan Omar, but by whites who are not anti-white, but still measuring their morality by the anti-white moral metric, the social morality of the West, the anti-white immoral imperative. Because Donald Trump, even as anomalous as this Donald Trump is, as a consequence of attempting to murder him several times and everything else that they did, all of the prosecutions, the defamation, the threats, etc., even with all of that, empowering him and holding the levers of power of the presidency of the United States, the executive, he is completely undermined by the social morality. Which is why we attack the social morality with the Go Free dialogic. Demonstrations now continue with the restrictions on federal immigration agents. We'll get into that. Limitations came as word spread that the Department of Justice is investigating Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey over possible obstruction of federal law enforcement. Sources familiar with the matter told CNN. The probe raises the possibility of criminal consequences for the two Democrats who have reportedly, so they are gently walking toward arresting these two for treason. Should have been done day one. How do you think they would handle it in China? Some regional ass governor and mayor. How do you think they would? I think they would probably shoot him on the spot. Minneapolis, no stranger to protest. Good was killed just blocks away from where George Floyd died of a fentanyl overdose. CNN is saying was murdered here by police officers. But are you allowed to say that? Maybe you're not allowed to say that he died of a fentanyl overdose. So that's my opinion. By a police officer 5 years ago, triggering anger and triggering anti-white terrorism. In the past days of the protest, federal agents have arrested people and deployed tear gas, pepper spray, and other crowd control measures. Which, by the way, I don't know if I have the story up here, but a judge in Los Angeles just struck down the police being able to use the less than lethal rubber bullets or foam bullets, whatever it is. So, once again, another great example of how anti-whiteism and anti-whites who hold nodes of power in the West undermine the efforts of enforcing the will of the voters. How can the electorate get what they want? You have to go after the social morality. Let's jump over to here for the Brinkmanship to continue. Same day as Governor Ballless Walz decides to mobilize the National Guard, but not deploy them. Donald Trump mobilizes the U.S. military, but doesn't deploy it. Trump orders active duty troops to prepare for Minnesota deployment. You are watching Brinkmanship. between Minnesota and the President of the United States. Insane that should happen within the country. The Pentagon has ordered about 1,500 active duty soldiers in Alaska to prepare for deployment in Minnesota. 2 defense officials confirmed Sunday. 2 battalions, which are with the 11th Airborne Division, would likely be joined by other troops from units across the country that would provide logistic and other support, according to one of the officials, both of whom were granted anonymity. If they're airborne, I want to see them airdropped into Minneapolis. Wouldn't that be awesome? C-130s roaring overhead. Maybe the C-130 in the front would be a Puff the Magic Dragon, and all the cannons would be sticking out the side of it. Wouldn't be shooting, just be a show of force. Maybe it would fly over Governor Walz's house with his crazy-ass eye bugging out of her head wife. Then that would give her a reason for her eyes to bug out. That plane is a porcupine. No, dumb bitch. Those are cannons. Those are cannons and Gatling guns and mini guns and all kinds of fun. And if you don't mind your business, you might end up finding out why they call it Puff the Magic Dragon. 2 military infantry from Alaska, trained to operate in the Arctic and across the Indo-Pacific. Top priorities for the Trump administration. They are not trained for crowd control situations. But they are equipped to operate in cold conditions, which would be useful in Minnesota. Are we about to see a deployment of the National Guard and this would be the chess move, Walz deploys the National Guard. By the way, maybe I didn't get to the part in the article there, or maybe I read it in another article, but Walz said that the Guard would be deployed to, quote, protect the freedom of speech of the anti-white terrorists, close quote. Well, actually, he probably didn't say anti-white terrorists. I think he called them protesters, to protect their freedom of speech. Wouldn't that be interesting? If the Guard is there to protect the Minnesotans' freedom of speech when they're anti-white terrorists, and the military is there to protect ICE and DHS, enabling them to do their job. American troops facing off against each other in Minneapolis. That would be quite the spectacle. And if you're keeping a close eye on the chessboard here, that would be reason for insurrection. That would be reason for Donald Trump to pull up the old Insurrection Act and say, the governor has deployed troops to oppose the will of the federal government. Time to just take everything over. The troops have not yet been ordered to deploy. So you have the governor and the president have both readied the troops in this game of brinkmanship, but have not yet deployed the troops. But the move signals a potentially more hardline approach by the White House after President Donald Trump has threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act to quell growing protests in Minneapolis. You might say, well, according to the law, he could already do that. Many presidents have done it, by the way, and it's been done many, many times. I think 30 sometimes or something like this over the course of the country's history. Some presidents, obviously would have to be some, since there's more times that it's been invoked. Multiple times. And legally, it's the ground has already been paved, and the red line's already been crossed. So why can't it just be done? Because half of the country are raving anti-white garbage, and the other half are submitting to the moral matrix of anti-whiteism. That's why it hasn't already been done. How much more challenging will this be when millions and millions of Chinese are voting in American political campaigns? While the president has threatened the insurrection, using the Insurrection Act to quell the protests in Minnesota that sprung up in the wake of ICE officers shooting 2 civilians, one fatally, in Minneapolis this month. Trump on Friday said there was no reason to invoke the law right now. ABC First News reported the potential deployment. Appearing on NBC's Meet the Press on Sunday, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey said any such deployment of active duty troops would, quote, be a shocking step, pointing out that crime in downtown is down in Minneapolis and, quote, we don't need more federal agents to keep people safe. They're not there to keep you safe, dipshit. Frey said that protests and unrest are coming in response to thousands of ICE agents stopping people on the streets and demanding proof of citizenship. It is targeted. They are looking for specific individuals, and they have every right to stop people who look like they might not be in the country legally. And if you don't immediately pull out your ID and say, well, look, here I am, I'm a citizen. And then they say, okay, you can go. You have your ID. You have everything checks out. You can go. So this is not just some like random shakedowns, Politico. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who, like Frey, has criticized the presence of federal troops in the Midwestern state, has mobilized the Minnesota National Guard to support local law enforcement, but he has not deployed those troops. Asked to comment on the possibility of the Trump administration deploying active duty troops, Pentagon spokesperson Sean Parnell said that the Department of War is always prepared to execute the orders of the commander-in-chief if called upon. Tensions have flared between federal and state officials ever since an ICE agent killed Renee Good after she tried to run them over this month and wounded a Venezuelan migrant, Julio Cesar Sosa Celes, while attempting to detain him. The Department of Homeland Security defended the agents in both cases, saying that they were being threatened. But Democrats and local officials have disputed their characterization. So being run into by an automobile and being attacked by a shovel-wielding Venezuelan doesn't constitute any reason to defend yourself. Trump has, by the way, Jonathan Ross has a non-white wife. So the agent that is the neo-Nazi, remember, you can't be anti-white enough. You're welcome. You're welcome. You know how long I've been saying that white people can never be anti-white enough? And I was shadow banned in the white sympathetic sphere. People wouldn't. They were in the way all the time. No, you can't speak at the conference. No, you can't. No, don't even let. He can come and give his money, but no, he can't. It's kind of like I've been right all along. So even this guy with his non-white wife is not anti-white enough. Even Chauvin with his non-white wife and all of his non-white activities, or anti-white rather activities with the non-white children, didn't make him anti-white enough. Man. Trump has sent federal troops despite Democratic opposition. In June, Trump deployed 4,000 National Guard to Los Angeles after the objection of Gavin Newsom, along with a battalion of about 700 active duty infantry Marines. They left, but the 2,600 of the National Guard are still in Washington, D.C., and I can verify that. But wait, the battle continues because now an anti-white judge appointed by the anti-white Biden bans feds from arresting the protesters. This is pulling the teeth right out of all of law enforcement. They can't arrest them. What do they do with them? They turn them over to the local law enforcement. And what has the local law enforcement been told to do? Let them go, which is what they've been doing. An anti-white judge in Minnesota is trying to tie the hands of federal agents on the ground as anti-white terrorists bring chaos to the state. The temporary restraining order from U.S. District Judge Catherine, I'm sorry, maybe she identifies as a guy, Menendez. That sounds like one of our founding fathers, doesn't it? I just have to pause for a moment and reflect upon how many Menendezes we had that created the United States of America. It was replete. Everywhere you turned, there was a Menendez. And I like the mariachi bands. And so I was so happy to find, I genuinely like them. I think they're hilarious. I think they're funny. I like the music. And I think I was so pleased to find when I was reading about the founding fathers, and every day in the Capitol, they had mariachi bands playing 24/7. I thought, what a splendid get together that must have been. But Menendez here will ban the officers from arresting, her order, detaining, or using chemical irritants against the anti-white terrorists. Isn't that something? On Friday, noting the order also bans them from stopping drivers. So if a anti-white terrorist, if an illegal alien, if a border crosser decides to, is in a car, just gets in a car, they can't be stopped. What's going to happen to all these cases? If millions of Chinese vote in the upcoming presidential election, how many millions, billions are we going to end up spending in the United States to bring all of these people back who were unlawfully denied due process? Oh, you can see the writing on the wall. It's written in the blood of white children. But all the anti-non-white, the schmucks out there, they don't care about that. They don't care about that at all. Quote, because Minnesota Democrats who rule the state and the city of Minneapolis without political opposition refuse to cooperate with ICE, protect ICE from rioters, or stop anti-ICE riots, Trump really has no choice but to pull the trigger on the Insurrection Act to restore law and order to what is becoming a lawless and violent Confederate capital, Confederate city and state. I'm afraid you don't get to purloin that from, that's the rest of the real Southerners who are left. Not a lot of us, especially in Virginia now. They just ruined the state, what was left of it. The outlet's John Nolte wrote, in response to Menendez's ruling, U.S. Department of Homeland Security spokeswoman Tricia McLaughlin said the agency is taking appropriate and constitutional measures to uphold the rule of law and protect our officers and public from dangerous rioters. Call them terrorists. We would be called terrorists. I am so tired of this kid glove garbage. Everything I'm seeing, as ramped up as it is against anti-whites, it's kid glove. I want to see them treated the way white people would be treated objecting to the victimization of the white race. If white people were in the streets doing this because of the way white people are treated, you know damn well in the future, if the white race waits too long, if they don't heed what we in this community have to teach, and they don't engage in the practice, they'll wait too long, and then they'll get out in the streets, and the president anti-white of the future will give his speech on the news, and he'll just take over all the airways, and he'll say, we had to shoot them all. Rule of law. These people were threats to democracy. They were threats to equality. We had to order the troops to shoot. Unbelievable. Her temporary restraining order comes after anti-white terrorist groups quickly mobilized and descended in Minnesota when a U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officer shot a woman in Minneapolis. Brandy Shufansinski, director of the Education and National Security Program at the Foundation for Defense of Democracy, said, "It's the same network of people that have thousands of Americans blocking the streets, waving communist and terrorist flags, and attacking law enforcement and innocents. They're stoking the grievance industry." Oh, that's what it is. Another cock abstraction. The grievance industry. That actually, I feel I'm not going to share the kind of fury and rage that I have for cucks out there with that abstraction. The grievance industry. Seriously. I am well beyond the point of, like, if we were in a room with and we were arguing for our positions and cucks decided they weren't going to listen, and they were going to use their numbers and their money to continue to be the defense against our victimization, and they wanted to use grievance industry, I would start putting people to sleep. I would start putting them to sleep left and right. I can't. This is indefensible at this point. Our position is inviolable. Their position is indefensible. Grievance. Show me where else. Show me where grievance industry applies to white people. I despise these cowards. They are stoking the grievance industry. Indeed, one demonstrator outside an ICE facility in Minneapolis admitted to Fox News' Laura Ingraham she was getting paid to protest. We've known that. I told you all that 10 years ago on stream. 10 years ago, I was telling you all on stream about when I worked on the Hill, and we all knew that they were getting paid. It was all said that they were getting paid. And so I said, does anybody know from whom and how much? And nobody knew. You know, there were guesses about like where the money came and how it trickled down, but nobody knew how much. And I was like, I'll call. I'll do the thing. So I started calling them. And they were like, if you were in the street, I don't remember the exact sums now off the top of my head, but if you were going to be just a regular scumbag in the street, then you could be, I don't know, it was like $25 an hour, something like that. But the person on the phone was like, you sound like you could manage them. So you could make a lot more. And I was like, really, do tell. So then they started telling me about how, well, you could be, and then I would be organizing the bus trips. All I had to do was pick the phone up. This is not a mystery. They're like, wow, you can string a sentence together. You can make hundreds an hour organizing them to show up at these events. Despite the pushback, ICE has been arresting killers and child rapists. There you have, again, this will come back to haunt and is haunting and will continue to haunt and undermine the work that's being done by just saying, oh, it's just the child molesters and the killers and the rapists and the drug traffickers and the burglars. And shut up. They all got to go. You broke into my house. You're stealing my inheritance. You're white erasing my environment. I don't need you to be a murderer. You're already murdering me. I don't need you to be a burglar. You're already stealing from me. I don't need you to be a rapist. You're already white erasing the next generations of white people. Just by being here. Let me see what you all have to say, and then we'll get into this clown being a clown. Gene is here. Good to see you, brother. Ivan Zahababul is here. Jay Bishop is here. Marcus is here. Cool, Papa J Magic. I'm looking for tags. @ no white guilt, no spaces. Tree Godfather's in the house. My daughter's school put out a New England Patriot support e-newsletter, he writes. All right. I replied, quote, I can't support such an anti-white sports organization that's really a political association. Well written, brother. Well done. And good to see ya. Zoya is here. Hello and welcome. Mama Marcus, ay. I am no one is in the house. Winger Productions is with us. Thank you all for coming over to our cozy Church of the West, where when we cover the items of the day, we cover the most important items of the day for the well-being of white people. And we cover it with the lens of Go Free, the Go Free Dialogic, a practice very easy to use in your life. You can learn by coming here on Sundays at 5 p.m., Wednesdays at 7 p.m., and participating 2 p.m. every single day on the Shade Tree on X as well. And you can pick up the Go Free booklet, and you can begin the practice yourself. We'll be digging into it a little bit later in our lesson of the day. These are the tools that enable you to break free mere concepts and arguments, to break free of anti-whiteism, to empower yourself and your own thinking, and effectuate white positive outcomes in your circles of influence. This improves your life and improves the lives of those you touch. The most important, of course, are the white children that you come into contact with. Maybe they're your children. Maybe they're your grandchildren, nieces or nephews, kids you know next door, whatever it might be. And by doing that, these concepts are promulgated throughout society with practically the speed of light. And they make their way, as we've already demonstrated, all the way up to the President of the United States, and so many more all the way around the world, all Western countries, achieving the same white positive outcomes. You can be a part, instead of just getting into the audience of some other group of content creators or organization leaders, and you all getting together to just complain, to do squat. Become a man and woman, a man or woman of the West today, and pick up the practice that makes us into a people worldwide, a great wing of white roses with many countries and many more ethnicities. Cool Papa J Magic says, I don't mean to tag you in that one. Oh, it was a comment before. All right, brother, but good to see you. Thank you for the clarification. Gladiator is here. Hello and welcome. Is that Roach? I saw that scroll off the screen. Odin Saya is in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for confirming that I am a white Italian French lady. Okay. And so proud of my white ethnicity. Amen to that. Cool tags me here. I swear everyone in my high school had some American Indian relative that they could throw into their heritage. It was the parents of my generation who really clung to that. Yeah, it was a big 40s, 50s, 60s, this big effort by whites in America to white flight out of being what? The demon in the anti-white narrative, the narrative that we live in across Western civilization. And the white person is the villain. The Westman is the demon. And so white people, I got an idea. I'm not really white because I have American Indian in me. Sorry, you're white. Yeah, and then they went and they told all their children. The funny thing is they went and they told all their children, they're like, yeah, we have we got some Blackfoot in us and Cherokee. And it was always the names of the tribes in the movies, by the way. And some Cherokee. And then you go and you get that DNA test and it's like, no, you don't got any of that shit in you. Samuski is here. Good to see you, brother. He says, I am the Irish you of white. I am white. You are absolutely white, my brother. And good to see you. Western Restoration says, do you mind if people make clips of you and send to people or publish so we help spreading the message? Absolutely not. We have clip makers too. So if you haven't made any yet, go down into the description on YouTube and you'll find a bunch of the clip makers, and you can possibly find some clips right now to send to friends and family, spread the message. But yeah, you can make clips, absolutely. And I appreciate that. That is what we call swashbuckling, and thank you. All right, the great Franklinator is in the house. So is Julian. Good to see you. We have our celebration, swashbuckling celebration coming up. Let's see if we have any comments here. Jake the J. Lang continues his taboo grifting. Shannon Oliver is with us, ladies and gentlemen. I knew I could feel the power level go up. Good to see you, brother. Yes, everything seems to be working. Hello over there on Premium Rumble to Savage Monday. Dallas Malloy is here. Wild Herb Ways is here. Good to see you. Bon Sikor is here. Good to see you, brother. Looking for any tags right now. Oh, Jason, Kuna's Go Free Lexicon has provided the psychological tools, the lexicon, and the dialectic to understand the depth of anti-whiteism and the immoral moral imperative. Thank you very much for that testimonial. Wild Herb Ways over here on Premium Rumble. Savage Monday. Salty Nuki is here. Salty. Hello and welcome. Good to see you. He says, good evening, everyone. 07. Happy to be here today. So Savage Monday, I've missed you all. We have missed you too, my brother. Good to see you on D Live. Oh, on D Live, we have some hellos. Hello, hello. Is that Ili is here? Hello and welcome to you. Eli asking, can Jason actually get money through these lemons? I don't know if actual money can come, but I can use the funny little cryptocurrency over there on D Live. I could probably cash it out, but I don't know. I haven't done so in a long, long time. I can use it on D Live though. So maybe we can. Maybe you could. Maybe I'll try, and we'll see. And I'll be able to get back to you then. And hello over there on Odyssey. All systems are go, ladies and gentlemen. Herman is with us. Great stuff. No technical issues tonight. Exactly. Thank the good Lord. They're not trying to undermine us with that tonight. Well, Jake the J. Lang, as you all know, this guy, a synopsis of Jake the J. Lang. He was at Patriots Day, and he was one of the many arrested, except when he was sent into prison, he was allowed to have a podcast and have some of the most famous on the right wing guests come on to his podcast. Interesting. And that made him very popular. And he claimed to be in like Supermax and cordoned off to where the sun don't shine, and yet was still able to have his podcast. And generals appeared and all kinds of folk appeared to be on his podcast. And it was very strange. And then he was, of course, pardoned. And he left prison and he went, is he in Florida? And he started his little shindig, a media empire, all of a sudden, money and resources. And as we have seen with others. And then, of course, he made his way to Texas, where he was decided he was going to have a white man's rally for the white race, this Jewish fellow. It reminds me, one of the times the German government collapsed after World War I, there was a Jewish guy who installed himself as the new leader of Germany, just with a bunch of other people. They just ran in the government. They're like, hey, we run Germany now. It's kind of like Jake here. Well, they bought him a bus, and they painted it up, and it was beautiful. And so he went from that, and that was an enormous debacle, this rally for the white race. And he was going to be the leader of the white race, of the movement to object to the mistreatment of white people. That's what he was going to be. Kind of like money and resources and connections and everything all appeared out of nowhere. It's mysterious, isn't it? Off to exploit Austin Metcalf's murder, the white young man. We are the only people who can legitimately speak on the well-being of white people. Doing it for 3 decades with a dialogic that works for all white people. This is a taboo grifter, probably funded by the CIA. So he decides, of course, a month and some weeks back, he's going to show up there in Minneapolis, and he's going to break out a Quran, and he's going to slap some bacon on it, and then he's going to set it on fire, except the bacon is inside of a plastic wrapper, and Muslims run up and they grab the Quran and run off with it because his grip is so weak. You'd think it would be, really tough. You think he'd have a hell of a grip, the kind of guy he is. But no. And they're able to just take it right away from him. And so that didn't pan out for it. Didn't get him as much attention or follows or views or support from the white race. And so he decides he's going to go back. And he goes back up there, and he's going to have a march, and he shows up. Of course, he's got this team, and it's a new group of non-white people. It's amazing how this guy shows up with a black sidekick and some other non-white people to be the leaders of the white race in Texas. Then he shows up in Minneapolis with a new black sidekick and some other non-whites, again, to defend the white race against our victimization. Talk about the most kitschy, fabricated, fake-ass bull you've ever seen in your life. Well, while he's there with a dozen or so of these people, the anti-white terrorists decide, no, the police are on our side, so we're just going to pull you down into the crowd. We're just going to push all of your supporters aside, and we're going to take you. And that's what they did. Now he's being touted by people like Benny Johnson as this great leader, this great defender of Christianity. And I have to look back to see if Benny even called him a defender of the white race. He may have. But this great conservative champion, this American champion, Christian champion, probably did call him leader of the white race. He was pulled down into the crowd. And you can pay close attention you'll probably be able to see some of the government's agents harboring him, protecting him from the rest of the crowd, acting like they're members of the crowd. Isn't that interesting? Conservative activist Jake Lang pulled into a crowd of rioters and taken away. Thousands of left-wing agitators are now becoming extremely violent. Now, the thing that's serious here, when I first saw this, of course, I laughed until I lost consciousness. But then when I regained consciousness, and after, watching the great Jewish leader of the white race, I get carried away by these people. I realize the gravity that this is what's coming for white people. He's viewed as white by the anti-whites in that crowd. He's not viewed as a Jew. He's not viewed as he's viewed as white. And it doesn't matter how many non-white, and in particular black sidekicks he gets. You can never be anti-white enough. There's a bit of a theme going in our gathering today. You like how I do that? I'm like working a loom here. It's just the thread keeps weaving through. And this is all of us. When you object and think about this and all of those other videos I was showing you about average people walking down the street and being confronted. Do you support ICE? A couple of white guys, and then beaten if they say yes. Couple of white guys sitting at a diner. Nope, something wrong with that. Come and get them. 3 white guys having a meal. Anti-whites show up to attack them. And they harass them even though one of them is radically anti-white, hates the hell out of ICE. This is all of us. This is the South Africanization. You are not going to be able, if we don't go free of the anti-white narrative, to express any sort of disagreement, any sort of heresy to anti-whiteism. And it may be that there'll be, there are increasing numbers, but you personally might not be able to find many places that you can go as a white person without being attacked for being white. So this is happening in broad daylight. The cops stood down. This could be you. This could be your son. This could be your wife. Let's see what happens to Jake here. They were backed against the courthouse by the crowd. And you can clearly see, since Jake is totally out of shape, he's already breathless and can't resist. He's like a child clinging to the leg of his mother. But keep an eye out for the undercover agents who protect him from what could have possibly been a worse treatment. Now, conservative circles are claiming that he faced down death. Are they building Jake the J. Lang into some sort of leader? Are we going to see articles come out about Jake the J. Lang being a leader for the white race in Newsweek, in Rolling Stone, in Time Magazine? Is that what we're going to end up seeing? Benny Johnson told an untruth, said that Jake was stabbed in the head. Jake is claiming that somebody stabbed his vest, and he had a stab vest on, so it didn't make it all the way through. Do we know? We have no idea whether that's true or not. He was, though, hit in the head by a couple of flagpoles. And if you're a guy and you have tussled with other guys on the ground, you know that if your skull gets the least bit of a scratch, it bleeds like it's the end of time. So he does have some blood coming. There's a lot of blood vessels up there, a lot of superficial blood vessels. And he has some blood coming down from his head. And I'm sure he was unnerved by what happened. Anyone would be. But the whole stabbing and all of this, who knows? But I will point out to you that for some strange reason, this great leader of the white race, potentially being constructed here by hands behind the scenes. Certainly he wants to be a taboo grifter, is one, and he wants the attention. He wants that moniker. He referred to the stabber, him being the stab-e, as a white commie. You're the leader of the white race, Jake the J. Lang. But it was a white commie. So you're using the identity of white as a disparagement. You weren't giving a report to police officers. You weren't saying, and here's all the details about the person who's that. No. You're using disparaging words. White and commie. Odd thing for the leader of the defender of the white race to say, don't you think? There we go. Conservatives are now demanding the federal government step in and arrest entire crowd that dragged Christian activist Jake Lang through the streets of Minneapolis, nearly killing him.
Oh my God. Stop! Wait, let them go! Let them go!
This is, they get him away. And you can watch more of this footage, and you may be able to spot the undercover agents who are playing like they are also anti-white terrorists in the crowd, but protecting Jake Lang from the worst of it. And this car pulls up. Does anybody know who the car is? Tag me as No White Guilt if you know who this. Suddenly, this automobile pulls up out of nowhere to shuttle him off to safety. Out of nowhere? That's interesting.
Hey, pull over, pull over, pull over. Hey, leave it.
And they get him in the car.
No, y'all just let him.
And now this guy here is telling him, go, you got to go.
Hey, that's not working. Hey, sir, we don't know him. Hey, let him out, let him out.
And there he goes, off to safety with a couple of boo-boos. Lefty protesters allegedly stabbed January 6th rioter GOP candidate who shouted, "We deserve a future for white Americans." We. And remember, it was the white commie who stabbed him. We deserve a future for white Americans. Fuck this guy. Left-wing protesters attacked and allegedly stabbed pardon January 6th rioter, Florida state candidate Jake the J. Lang Saturday after his march against fraud was met with violent pushback in Minneapolis, videos showed. Jake Lang, who was among the roughly 1,600 rioters granted clemency on Patriots Day, let's see, was chased from the city. This is how the Independent put it. He was chased from the city. See, when you get lynched as a white man, when your actual white ass gets lynched, when a white woman gets lynched by an anti-white mob, the mainstream media is going to say that you were chased from the scene. You were just run off. You were just a disobedient dog, and you were just run off. And your ill-conceived views were not going to be permitted around normal people. That's how they're going to phrase it. Now, why is that the case? Because the people who staff the Independent are anti-white. Because the people who read are infected with anti-whiteism and are either radically anti-white or submitting to the anti-white immoral imperative. It has nothing to do with just the owners are telling all of these unthinking cogs to do X, Y, or Z. You have to address the anti-whiteism. Earlier in the day, Lang's group played the song Ice Ice Baby by Vanilla Ice and railed against immigrants who they claimed were replacing white people as counter-protesters shouted them down, according to the Washington Post. Ice, Ice, baby. All right, stop. Collaborate and listen. Ice is back with a brand new edition. Something grabs a hold of me. Lang, who promised to burn a Quran during the demonstration. I have no idea how I know the words. Branded the rally a Crusader March on Little Somalia, referencing the state's large Somali population, and the administration has accused of widespread fraud as the president expands his mass deportation campaign. There he is. It's more like cry, cry, baby. Ahead of Saturday's rally, Lang said he planned to burn a copy of the Islamic religious text on the steps of City Hall. Again, he didn't do it. You know, you could just go in your backyard and burn a bunch of them, but he's not going to do that because that's not going to get him the attention. That's not going to get him all of the infamy and the fame, depending who the audience is. And that will just get some particularly irritated people of that faith to maybe come give him a visit. I'm sure present him with a bouquet of knives. A group called the People's Action Coalition against Trump, so anti-white terrorist, said on Instagram that it would demonstrate against Lang's hateful anti-Islam rally. So is it really for white people? No, it's not for white people. Hey, Minnesota, what do we say? One demonstrator chanted into a megaphone, F Nazis every day. They also, I can't wait to hear the conservative content creators say, oh, but he's Jewish. How could he be a Nazi? And then all the white cucks in the audience, and they're like, yeah, Barney, can you believe they called him a Nazi and he's actually a Jewish fellow? God damn. Brain dead. We are going to become known as the Down syndrome race. That's how dumb the white race is. They also tossed water balloons. Now, even if these water balloons were only full of water, which they weren't. Oh, they weren't. You remember Charlottesville filled with piss and chemical irritants and everything you can imagine? But even if they were, it was under freezing out there. You get soaking wet in freezing temperatures. They tossed water balloons at the pardoned rioter and hurled snowballs. I'm sure those were actually ice balls. As you saw in the video, the guy get hit in the head with an ice ball at the anti-immigration protesters. Oh, as they chanted from the scene. Video footage posted by Lang shows throngs of counter-protesters, some of whom held anti-ICE signs surrounding him, pulling at his clothes and stealing his belongings, by the way, as well. Here you have one of his black sidekicks, a new black sidekick. Lang later claimed on X that he was stabbed by a crazy white commie. Video shows him walking away from the area with what appeared to be blood on his neck. There was absolutely blood on his neck. Look at him being hit with silly string. What a joke. The dueling demonstrations. Is that what it was? Unfolded after. It's the exact same. Look at the way it's been happening in Rhodesia formerly, Zimbabwe now, South Africa for a very long time, happening in major cities across the West now, where there are gang rapings, beatings, murderings, and the police are just like, pickpocketing gone bad. And so we're going to investigate it at the level of a pickpocketing. More here, they're always going to be mentioning Renee Good. Trump threatens to invoke the Insurrection Act. White House has vowed to redouble its immigration enforcement efforts. Lang was chased with attacking police officers with a bat at the U.S. Capitol. Okay, here we go. The important thing to remember here is that Minneapolis police were present and watched him get dragged into the crowd. Now, that's funny for me, but it's going to be you, it's going to be me in the future. If we don't promulgate these concepts and arguments to enough people in the white race and they take them up, it's going to be us. The police will watch us being dragged away. The governor has directed the mobilization of the Minnesota National Guard to support local law enforcement and the emergency management, according to Minnesota Department of Public Safety. They are not deployed to the city streets at this time, but are ready to help support public safety, including the protection of life, preservation, supporting the rights of those who assemble. That's what the National Guard is there for, to protect the rights of those who assemble. Craig says, what is a good, quick way to describe what an ant is to my friend, who is a little white positive and also getting into internet debates as an anti-non-white. And Aunt Nat is just an anti-non-white. And they're LARPing as the villain in the anti-white narrative, which is a Nazi, a Klansman, etc. Sean is here. Good to see you. Craig says, I got him to agree that who I describe as Aunt Nats aren't doing any good. But when I use the actual word Aunt Nat or anti-nationalist, he seems to be thrown off. Yeah, that's a little bit more insular, anti-nationalist, but anti-non-white, he'll understand. Those people are not for. I mean, you had the leader of that Nazi party that lasted a couple of years and fell apart exactly as I said it would, who, after we had some huge victories with some really well-known personalities using anti-whiteism, anti-white, white erasure, Western kind, and it made its way into their community that we were having these successes. That leader did a show where he said, no, it's more important to be anti-Jew than it is to be pro-white. He literally said that. So the people, they're just anti-non-whites. Ayayay says, oh no, is this the non-white, anti-white taboo grifter? His crew looks like it was cast by anti-white Hollywood. Yeah, Jake the J Lang, exactly. It is. Yep, he looks like a Hollywood cutout. Quick look at this. First day in office in Virginia. Governor Spanberger, anti-white governor, guts rule requiring cops to cooperate with ICE. So what does that mean about Virginia? Well, now that Youngkin is gone, the police in Virginia are no longer going to be cooperating with ICE. And that means that illegals, border crossers, people who have broken the agreement of their visas in various ways, they're going to flood to Virginia, another haven for these bastards. So get ready, Virginia. They're on their way. Look at how evil this anti-white looks. Look, she's gleeful. So there you have Spanberger. This all just happened. And Ghazala Hashmi. I'm not kidding. Sounds just like Thomas Jefferson, doesn't it? Ghazala Hashmi takes oath on Quran to be sworn in as Virginia Lieutenant Governor. Look at this anti-white. Democrat State Senator Ghazala Hashmi became the new Lieutenant Governor of Virginia on Saturday, taking the oath of office as she placed her hand on the Quran. This is so sickening. I can't tell you, I really cannot. I would, if I allowed myself to really indulge what I feel about this, I am a Virginian. Virginia is the West. It is created by Western, and I know we all feel that way across the entire Western world. We all, people will say, why don't all the white people just leave South Africa? Because South Africa is us. You don't just walk away from what your ancestors bled and fought and died and teared, and it's not an easy thing to do. But I am eventually going to have to flee Virginia. And every day it gets closer to that moment. Because of anti-whiteism. Because these fucking idiots in the so-called white sympathetic sphere are more interested with being anti-non-white or being cucks or whatever it is than doing what works, than becoming a people. I have to lose my state because of that. that my family literally bled for numerous times into the soil are laid to rest all over the state, died fighting in the first revolutionary and the second revolutionary war called the War for Southern Independence. Tears unnumbered into the soil of this state. And you have Hashmi taking her oath on the Quran. Fuck you and your Quran and your bullshit. This isn't your land. Unbelievable. I can't do it. We got to keep moving. Hashmi defeated radio host John Reed in Virginia's election. As Breitbart News, Hannah Knudsen reported, during the campaign, Reed, I quote, identified himself as someone who has very strong principles. So get this. I despise you cuck bastards. I despise you Republican Party. You've destroyed the once great Commonwealth of Virginia with your flaccid, inept, failure to drop your balls, pathetic bullshit. So this clown runs on the platform of having very strong principles, while Hashmi, quote, appealed to her status as a diverse candidate, close quote. John Reed is a loser. He should have been up there talking about the white race. He should have been up there talking about Virginia and all the Virginians, the real Virginians who made this place. Nah, he's got strong principles. What does that mean? That you abide by the anti-white immoral matrix? You measuring all of your morality by what the anti-whites have given us for a measuring stick? Meanwhile, what else does it say here? Oh, he said, oh, yeah. And he says the Republicans at Reed actually work through some of the problems that have plagued us for decades and to beat back some of the crazy, I think radical, social justice warrior ideas. That doesn't motivate anyone. Those are abstractions. You used abstractions yet again. Meanwhile, Hashmi, a Muslim, appealed to her status as a diverse candidate, despite the fact that John Reed is openly gay. Wow! Why didn't that work for the Republican Party? Wow! So he was measuring himself and how good he is by an anti-white measuring stick. Well, he's gay, should be elected. These people. And now Abigail is the first female in the position. And now don't forget, the Republicans ran a black woman in Virginia, Sears. So they thought she would win. Well, she's black, and we're going to submit to the anti-white narrative and the anti-white immoral metric. So therefore, she should win. And you have this. Immediately, the Virginia Democrats grasp for more redistricting control before the midterms. They're rewriting the whole state. Real Virginians are done. They're rewriting the whole state. There's not getting any of this back. Democrats in Virginia are working to gain more power via redistricting as the all-important midterm elections loom. The gun groups across Virginia, the gun groups, it's never right to self-defense groups. the gun groups are all freaking out. They're all freaking out because they're like, it's over. It's over in Virginia. They're going to take away open carry, which we've had since the beginning, since white people created Virginia, and it was 100% white. They're going to take it all away. And it's because of the cucks and the schmucks. I can't tell you how much I hate these people. I wish I could. I would probably be arrested. Let me take a quick look here. Let's see. Wilder Wave says, so we stopped, and all of a sudden, this bloody man that I had never seen before just walks up to our car and is begging us to let him in, like he's in need of help. Is that the news? I'll have to take a look at that. Thank you. Because I was asking who was the car. Dallas says, no, I guilt. Thank you for the great stream and encouragement through the storm. It's easy to get discouraged, but I'll never quit the fight until we recapture our destiny. Thank you for that. All right. We're going to take a very brief break. We'll be right back to celebrate our swashbuckling victories, the receipts over the course of just this past week, and they are voluminous. You definitely don't want to miss that. And then we're going to continue. More news, your comments and questions, and the Go Free lesson of the day. There's so much more to come, and I'll be right back.
No blind hate, but I won't make peace with darkness. I won't accept my fate. I see horrors rising, repeating through the years. I see the pattern our people always fear. You call it mercy, but you're shielding sin. You hide the knife while the innocent fall again. I won't stand silent while my people bleed, 'cause of those that sold their souls off to greed. When you defend the guilty, you betray the pure. You become the hand of darkness, and that darkness will endure. I'll stand guard at the gate. Our ancestors are calling. It's our turn to bear the weight. This land remembers every oath and every vow. The blood that fed the roots still cries out to us now. Freedom came with a price they paid in full. I will not let apathy erase all that's beautiful. I walk beside the fallen and the ones who rise today. I will fight for every soul that they tried to cast away. I will never bow, I will not surrender, I will never kneel, I will always defend her. This land
stand with the brave. I'll always remember their blood, their dreams echo inside my chest until we're all free. I will not rest. I will never surrender. I will never surrender.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era.
You can hear the crowd. It is time to celebrate, ladies and gentlemen, our swashbuckling champions. Let me know that you can hear me. All right, let's get rolling right away. There we go. Thus spoke Zarathustra. And those who were seen dancing were thought to be insane by those who could not hear the music. Friedrich Nietzsche, ladies and gentlemen, that's our community. And yeah, that was Lozzy B. Let's continue. Here we have the great Anglo-Saxon NWG, ladies and gentlemen. Give the man some raucous emojis, crowns and gems, quadruple sevens, big salutes. Anti-whites are driven by jealousy and envy, he writes. 4,309 people empowered here on this Instagram channel. Anglo-Saxon Epic. Cool Papa J Magic empowering 4,765 human beings in the audience of white men are stupid in commercials. Give it up for Cool Papa J Magic. Oh, we've got this coming up. And we've got this. And this. And this. And this. Give it up for the Shade Tree. Distilled by our very own Hans. 165 people tuning in at just one of the Shade Trees this past week. Make sure that you are at the Shade Tree. Show the love. We've got this coming up. Give it up for Stopper Antivitism over here on this Instagram channel, empowering with the white magic of Go Free. Over 3,000 human beings show the great love. TM is in the house, climbing up on the scoreboard. 5,300 plus and climbing. Equipped with the tools of white well-being by TM Swashing in the audience of Deluded Shaniqua. We did that right there, ladies and gentlemen. No one will ever take it away from us, no matter how jealous the bastards are. We did it. Let's keep it going right now and give big thanks to the great Biospirit of the West, OT leader, for all the work that he does in service to white well-being, including finding so many of these victories, as well as the great Franklin, for all that he does in service to white well-being, finding victories, doing the timestamps. And let's go ahead and show a bunch of love. Quadruple 07s to everybody who has done timestamps in the past month. Franklin is the main timestamper, but show him some love. We also want to give a big thank you to the people who show up in Donald Trump Jr.'s stream, which is how we got the great Donald Trump Sr. to say that on the screen. Everybody there that was this past week, both of the streams, we had Biospirit of the West, Western Kind 007, The Robert, Cindy Ben, The Ivan, We Are Western Kind, The Franklinator, The Nameless One as well. Did we miss any in the epic swashing on the small Trump stream? Give it up Show the love. This is how powerful the Go Free Dialogic is, ladies and gentlemen. Want to give a big thank you to Grace as well for sending me so many of the news items and news options that I ended up picking through and selecting. Big salutes, quadruple 07s, crowns, and gems to Grace, ladies and gentlemen. Let's continue right now. Anti-Vilification League, empowering 1,761 human beings, writing anti-whiteism rules the world. Let's get rid of anti-whiteism. This, in the audience, those human beings of Joey Manarino. Give it up for Anti-Vilification League and his epic swashing. Keep it going for Tim Murdoch, sharing one of our epic memes. How many people, how many views did Tim get here? 15,000 human beings empowered. And this meme saw a lot of work. Must be on steroids this past week. Give it up for Tim Murdoch. Let him know we showed him some love. Anglo-Saxon NWG on the board again. Over 1,000 more people he empowers with what he writes here in service to white well-being. And these people in the audience of Claire and Anth, show the love for the great Anglo-Saxon NWG swashbuckling commander. Keep it going for the Tree Godfather, a general of swashbucklers if there ever was one. 21,000 people empowered in the audience of Dane. Next, we have up on the board, Anglo-Saxon NWG said he's still here. He's not climbing off the scoreboard yet today. With this epic meme, he empowered 1,500 human beings in the audience of Matt Walsh. We continue, Justin McDaniel. You know he likes to score big on Sundays. 4,000 people and climbing to the credit of Justin McDaniel in the audience of Politics UK. Raucous emojis for all of these men and women in service to white well-being. From the wild, probable spam, sneaky. Here sharing another one of our glorious memes, empowering over 500 people in the audience of Kankanen. Ladies and gentlemen, our memes are defeating the Twitter censorship. Never forget that. You want to weigh around? It's our memes. Justin McDaniel back again. Beautiful meme. 4,500 people he empowered with the white magic in the audience of Basil the Great. Justin McDaniel. Humble Flow, another one from the wild. Look at this, retweeting Will Tanner, who tweeted that meme on steroids. How many views? 28.1 thousand people seeing this by Humble Flow. Show the love to Humble Flow, ladies and gentlemen. Salty Lass from the wild. Here in the audience of Jared Taylor. Looks like she's sharing a meme and the video by Dallas here and getting 200 views. Give it up for Salty Lass from the wild. Videos and memes are defeating the censorship on X. Biosphere of the West here, ladies and gentlemen. 1,500 people empowered with the beautiful verbiage and this magnificent meme in the audience of Wall Street Apes. Nothing but love for these heroes. Biosphere of the West again. Another perfect symmetry, verbiage, and meme. 1,500 more human beings in the audience of Elon Musk. He's coming our way. Sarah Smith in the wild using one of our memes. Take a look at that. How many people, ladies and gentlemen? 51,000 people empowered in the audience of Joey Manarino. Let's give it up for Sarah Smith, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure she can hear the celebration. These are the ongoing victories of the swashing. Each victory echoes again and again and again. Ezekiel using the meme that got so much work this week. Nearly 1,000 more people empowered by Ezekiel from the wild. in the audience of Taya. Still going with nothing but victories. Maz from the Wild, working on 500 people. There's James. Give it up for James. He's everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Maz here from the Wild, working on 500 empowered in the audience of Taya. That's Maz is another from the Wild. Cernovich himself getting in on the steroided meme. Look at this. And how many people got to see this meme again? 57,000. And of course, you have to note down in the right-hand corner is the website where people can find more about the Go Free Dialogic. 57,000 and climbing to the credit of Cernovich in the Wild. AAA, ladies and gentlemen, has jumped up on the scoreboard just now with this beautiful meme, and 7,000 human beings empowered in the audience of I Am Yes, Our Friend. Give it up for AAA. John, another one from the Wild, working on 300 people here in the audience of Joe Lonsdale. And look what he is retweeting. Holy smokes. Talk about a 1-2 punch. And John here from the Wild delivering another meme from the community. We have defeated the censorship. We have totally defeated the censorship on X with meme power. 3,000 people with the steroided meme here in another PCMF, another one from the Wild, in the audience of Canadian Patriot. Folks, it's coming out of everywhere, exactly as we articulated it would for years and years and years, and you heroes are making it happen. Celebrate with the raucous emojis. Here we have another one from the Wild, ladies and gentlemen, writing no more white guilt. Vashudhavya. 12,000 people empowered in the audience of Basil the Great. You wonder why these big accounts end up using the lexicon and dialectics. That's how it happens, because of our swashbuckling command. JB from Florida even got on the board, and there's Ivan's Hugaboo right here. JB from Florida got on the board this week with the victory of 1,835 human beings empowered with the white magic in the audience of Aduja Bag. Diplomat for Western Kind has been having a hell of a couple of weeks. Been on a streak, ladies and gentlemen, because epic meme usage. 6,000 human beings he equips with the tools of white positivity in the audience of Taya. Give it up for Diplomat for Western Kind. I Am Yes, our friend himself, tweeting the ultimate steroided meme this week. Look at, there's Diplomat for Western Kind right down here. 38,000. He's working on 40,000 views with this meme, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for I Am Yes, You Know from the Wild. CKO in this week with a victory, working on 1,400 people, human beings empowered with this meme in the audience of I Am Yes, You Are No. Give it up, show the love, raucous emojis. Justin McDaniel parading on the field with more lives saved. He has here this beautiful meme. 4,300. There's the blue flame underneath. 4,300 he has empowered this week in the audience of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. That's an audience that you'd like to empower, that I can tell you. We keep it going. Another one from the Wild, Frank J. Brischa. 700 people empowered in the audience of the General Admission. Give it up for Frank, ladies and gentlemen. As the audience takes a breath, we have the Red Baron from the wild. 4,123 people he has equipped with these white magical tools in the audience of Basil the Great. Give it up for Red Baron. Here we have Ave Britannia from the wild. 1,500 people. There's Ivan the Huggables there in support. 1,500 people in an account from the wild. Beautiful meme usage right here in the audience of Steve Laws. Boy, Steve needs it. Thank you for doing that. Anglo-Saxon NWG Unstoppable. Making the meme that I requested right here. You put the glasses on and you see what it really says. After we watched the video of the great Nathan Lentini scoring an IRL victory, empowering here 1,757 human beings with the white magic in the audience of I Am Yes. Anglo-Saxon NWG back again. He says anti-white whites will have to leave as well because they are the reason it got this bad. Working on 9,000 people empowered in the audience of Michael O'Keefe. Well done, Anglo-Saxon NWG. 9,000. The Blue Flame. Working on 1,000 with the beautiful, one of the most beautiful of all beautiful memes. In the audience of a muse. Well done, Blue Flame. Justin McDaniel having another epic week. The hero. Look at this meme. Wow. Power. Over 1,000 people he has empowered with the concepts of Go Free in the audience of Wall Street Apes. Justin McDaniel back again. 10,000 plus empowered by the great McDaniel. Still on the field in the audience of Gad. Oh, he's so sad. Very powerful work there. Well done, my brother. Justin McDaniel back again. 3,161 more people that he has brought to the redemption of white well-being in the audience of Yegwave. Give it up for Justin McDaniel, swashbuckling commander extraordinaire. Shannon Oliver, ladies and gentlemen, coming in swift with this powerful meme, working on 2,000 human beings that he is bringing to redemption in the audience of Libs of TikTok. Justin McDaniel, anti-white, infant murderer, death penalty now. Love this meme. We did it. It's so based. 2,144 people he's empowering in the audience of Unlimited L's. Justin McDaniel, anti-white judge, covering up the white erasure of our electoral system. This is such a powerful meme as well. 1,700 more people that this man on his own two shoulders, ladies and gentlemen, has saved in the audience of Libs of TikTok. Biospirit of the West, ladies and gentlemen, here with our final on the board. They are anti-white rape gangs. Nearly 6,000 people he has presented with the power of Go Free in the audience of Basil the Great. Now, last week we didn't have Problematic Biospirits comment on Owen Schroyer, but we do this week. We read it last week. 14,000 people read this. Have a listen.
Has been the case before in our country's history. Problematic biospirit from left and right. Forget circles. Forget finding something to call woke. If you are still complaining about men being women and have not even tried to get an anti-whiteism bill made, you are a neocon. Yeah.
Yes.
This whole punching at the radical woke left is so worthless because they have no political power.
Yes, give it up for Problematic Biospirit, ladies and gentlemen, and Owen Schroyer. Let's keep it going. Gavin McGinnis, 78,000 views.
The whole concept of Israel being evil annoyed me. And I gotta say, man, this this tidal wave of anti-Semitism going on right now, it feels to me like it's got some anti-whiteism. It's like I can't crap on any other culture but white culture, and that's Jews, so I'm going to crap on Jews. It's just a feeling I have.
Okay,
Yes.
Here's my opinion. And I'm just somebody.
Yes, give it up for Gavin McGinnis, ladies and gentlemen. He must be watching. Well done, brother. Let's keep it going. From Mark Dice, ladies and gentlemen, this video this week, 172,000 human beings watched.
Responded, wow. And he has been highlighting a lot of the systemic anti-whiteism over on that platform, responding to this guy who was warning if white men become a minority, we will be slaughtered. Remember, if non-whites openly hate white men, while white men hold a collective majority, then they will be 1,000 times more hostile and cruel when they are a majority over whites. Adding white solidarity is the only way to survive, and Elon Musk replied 100%. Also responding, saying this is where America is headed, to this guy who showed several pictures of what happened in Rhodesia after the white ruling class was ejected, and in South Africa, and then
right there at the bottom of the screen, you can see the website
showing America and noting coming soon. Maybe 2026 will be the year when anti-whiteism finally catches on amongst the mainstream conservatives, who the overwhelming vast majority of them, with the exception of maybe like 2, have been afraid to use the proper terminology. They are finally talking, obviously, about anti-white racism, but they still need to be educated to use the proper term, because obviously calling it racism is absolutely ridiculous, because people have been conditioned to think that the term racism is something that white people do to non-whites.
Show some love to King Guys, ladies and gentlemen. Another epic week. Now let's have a look at a content creator called Nuki. 3,000 views.
It's like a tool. It's a tactic of war, because the end goal of leftism in America is to take people from the shithole third world and bring them here to fuck over white people in white countries in the Western world. That's just how it is. They're just useful idiots. So it's not about any kind of pragmatic, solution to crime or really anything. It's just anti-whiteism systematically. It's corporate and governmental anti-whiteism.
Yes.
And part of that MO is to accuse your opponent of what you're actually doing, which is, we're trying to erase brown people. We're trying to get rid of them. There's literally no statistics that can support that argument, because the populations of white countries have been shifting steadily brown for decades with no end in sight. So you can't make this argument. And enforcing the law is now deemed fascism. The Overton window is shifted so anti-white that even like defending yourself from abject tyranny under Biden, when they were just letting millions of immigrants, of illegal immigrants in, of aliens, objecting to that was fascism. So it's where we're at.
Give it up for Nuki, ladies and gentlemen. It's happening everywhere. From the wild, from everywhere. Even this week, from a hypocrite video, 8,000 human beings.
Time, Marxist anti-whiteism was really the perfect ideology for the elite, because it allowed them to do two things. On the one hand, it was a costly signal. Like, I'm doing so well for myself that I don't have to worry about collectivizing with my people and working together. Myself as an individual, I've risen so high up in society and the economy that I can talk about bringing in immigrants and empowering non-whites, and that's not going to affect me. I'm not concerned about that. It's like the peacock's tail, right? A costly signal saying, look how fit I am. And then at the same time, elites do bring in immigrants, and that undercuts wages for the middle class, who is their true competitor in some sense. And then what happens is you actually do bring in all these immigrants, you keep on uttering these slogans and raising generations of kids on it, and it gets out of hand. And now I think the cat's out of the bag, and they're Gollum has kind of turned on them, and I wonder what happens with New York City.
I hypocrite might have Arvel on, but Arvel's going to end up, as he did right there, using our lexicon. Big salutes, epic victory for us, ladies and gentlemen. And finally, we have 63,000 human beings listening to someone called Handsome Liberal Stream.
Obama started all the race baiting and anti-whiteism bullshit. He said Obama started all the race baiting and anti-whiteism bullshit. He was a terrible president, totally full of shit. He did nothing for the black community, not a thing.
Oh, can you believe that from the wild? It doesn't get any sweeter than that, does it, ladies and gentlemen? Everybody on your feet, rocking some emojis, and we will be right back. We are going to keep it rolling. Keep those raucous emojis going, ladies and gentlemen. We have here Dude Bro Moment, $50 financial gift over here on the Dude Bro Moment platform, aka Entropy. Dude, big salutes to this hero. $50 yet again for white well-being. He writes, God bless you for that, brother. We're going to see what else we have to celebrate financially, gift-wise. Keep it going for Corey, the great Corey, financially gifting $50 as well. $50 bill Corey has walked into the room with. What a hero. Thanks again, brother. Oh, 7, big 07s. Show Corey some love, standing up in various ways for white well-being. Keep it going. For First or Last, $20 bill from First Last, ladies and gentlemen. $20 from this hero. God bless him. And $5 more because he wasn't around on Wednesday. I'm bringing a total of 25 from First Last. God bless this hero, ladies and gentlemen. First Last coming in today. 25 white well-being dollars. Let me swivel around and we'll see if we got anything else to celebrate. Then we'll move to our mailbag, the Thumbological mailbag. We have a piece of mail today, and then we'll get to the rest of the financial gifts. I think that's what we're going to be doing in the Thumbological mailbag. Break out your raucous emojis. Tear open the bag and break them out so that they can cheer for one Dallas Malloy, who was in the mailbag this week. She wrote, Jason, maybe Gumroad canceled my subscription, but nothing will stop me from supporting white well-being and helping us recapture our destiny. God bless you and bless you some more. Dallas Malloy, ladies and gentlemen, financially gifting $120. 120. Save the white baby dollars, gifted by Dallas Malloy. Big salutes, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. We also have financially gifting Phoenix Rising over here, $10 financial gift on Entropy, the Dude Bro Moment platform. And Phoenix, thank you so much for that, Phoenix. And she writes, Jason, you are the vanguard, all capitals, for white well-being. We look to you for guidance and inspiration in these dark and troubling times. Thank you for all caps, that you do. Well, God bless you. I really appreciate you saying that, and much gratitude in response to Phoenix Rising. Really do appreciate that. We also have over here Vincent B with a $5 bill. Thank you so much, Vincent. $5. He says, JF Garapi just announced on X that he's now looking for a Chinese wife because white women are too picky. He's not joking. He blocked me for laughing at him. I actually saw that. I've been very busy the past couple of days, out of town, very busy. But I did, just by chance, see Stefan Molyneux reposted Gerapi saying this. And Molyneux said, hey, these mixed race children have all of these additional problems. You should probably reconsider. I wonder if Gerapi has blocked Molyneux. Who knows? Who knows what that's about? But of course, we refer to that as biological white erasure. And we'd rather that not happen. But I guess we'll see if he ends up on screen with a Chinese wife and a Chinese baby. Time will tell, won't it? But thank you, Vincent. $5 over here. And thank you for letting me know. Because if you hadn't have told me and I hadn't accidentally seen it, I wouldn't even know that JF had decided to go that direction. Let's see what we have going on over here, if anything. USS Liberty is here. He says, Bongino's core issue is defense of Israel. Yeah, that guy is. He is such a sycophant of Jews and Israel. He was doing some kind of get to know me kind of a thing. And I think it was his wife that was actually asking him questions that the audience had issued. And so she reads an audience question, and the question was, what is near and dear to your heart? And he said, protecting Israel. What a traitor. All right, let's see. I don't see any, unless I'm mistaken. I don't see any financial gifts over there. Let's see about, we have Eli gifting on D Live 2 lemons of cryptocurrency. Thank you so much. And also 2 warm cocos. I could use a warm cocoa. It's been mighty cold out in the once great state of Virginia, made even worse. Just these past couple of, literally the past couple of days, made even worse. So I appreciate the cryptocurrency. And we have Tony Hawk. Tua is over there as well on D-Live, a top fan. Good to see you, brother. Bayonet is over there on D-Live as well. Thank you, friends. Thank you. Hello to anyone on Odyssey. And looking for tags for me. We do have this from Wild Herb Ways. Jake Lang jumps into a woman's car to escape protesters. So it was supposedly a random woman. Let's see. Daya was a passenger in her friend's car when they were driving to a bar in downtown Minneapolis on Saturday. They were at a red light when they saw a man who was bleeding and being chased by a large crowd of people. So we stopped. And all of a sudden, this bloody man, so 2 females in a car, and they're like, hey, large crowd, let's check it out. So we stopped, and all of a sudden, this bloody man that I had never seen before just walks up to our car and is like begging us to let him in, like he's in need of help. After letting him in, Daya said a large crowd surrounded their vehicle and continued attacking Jake Lang. She said they were trying to pull him out and damaging the car and breaking, I guess, its taillight. So according to this news item on Fox 9, and thank you, Wild Herb Ways, bringing that to my attention, it was just a random person. I wonder, though. I wonder. Nova Horror is here. Good to see you, brother. Cindy Ben is in the house. Buy More Ammo is here. I endorse that. Vincent is here. Good to see you all. Don't you, don't you, that those words from Mark Dice and from Elon Musk were put there by you, right? Well, all of us. But yes, this team, yeah, we changed and we're continuing to change the world. But thank you for that. I really appreciate it. We need to pat each other on the back absolutely all the time. Thank you. Really, really do. Especially, I appreciate such statements after so many years of being shadow banned, even before there was the internet, of people who were supposedly friends keeping me out, keeping this message out. And plenty of them still do. Julian is here. Hyperborean Dream. That's a cool name. Shannon Oliver. Let's celebrate, ladies and gentlemen. Quadruple 07's Crowns and Gems. I love this. The piano keys. Ivan is amazing. Boxing glove, kitty cats. I love it. Celebrating for Shannon Oliver. $20 financial gift just came in from the great Shannon Oliver. Swashing and supporting white well-being in so many different ways. What a champion. 07, he writes, to the team and white well-being. Big 07, back to you, brother. Thank you so very much. We also have a $5 bill from Weldon. Thank you, Weldon. He says, God bless. And let me tell you, we're going to need it in Virginia. Thank you. God bless to you. And Yiz the Unifier, $5 bill as well. Weekly folk tithe for white well-being. God bless you, Yiz. Great to see you. Thank you so much. And I think we've gotten everybody so far. Yes, indeed. One announcement for today. Wednesday's stream was taken down for a number of days. Whenever you are critical of women, I have found, whenever you're critical of women, you really better be as clean as a newborn's ass, because they will find anything to strike on the video, anything to pull it down. And that's what happened. So I had to modify the stream, but it's back up. I feel like the guy from Monty Python that kept building the castles in the swamp. I built it all the same, just to show them. Sank into the swamp. So I built a third castle. All right, looking for tags. The stream is back up, so if you didn't get an opportunity to finish it, we share a lot of, on Wednesday, studies as well, something I don't normally bother to do, but I just felt like it, because you have this question that kept getting raised over the past week about why are there so many white women that are anti-ICE in the streets? So I had to address it, every element of it, including the fact that a lot of those white women are not white women. They're non-white women who are anti-white. But the only group that you can condemn, even when it comes to the cucks, according to the anti-white immoral metric, the social morality of the West, is the white race. So they suddenly become all white. The white women, the white middle class and upper middle class liberal women. It just disgusts the ever-living shit out of me. These cuck losers. Finally, there's a group they can make fun of. Well, I'll be impressed when you do it about Jews or when you do it about blacks. Do it about Hispanics. Let's hear about all of the Hispanic anti-ICE and say it with a lot of derision, like you do when it's white women. You're talking about them. Please include a pause between Renee, good, says the great first last. For white well-being is flexing in the house. Good to see you, brother. Helios Abbott. Brian. Great to see you all. Mr. Worldwide is with us. Wonderful to see you, brother. Justin McDaniel himself. He finally came off the field of all the victories. This guy's wearing so many laurels. He's looking between two of them to be able to see where he goes. Well done this week again, brother. And a big thank you to everybody who celebrated. Big thank you to everybody who celebrated our victories this week. It is one of the most important things we can do for each other. Henry is with us. Henry says, saw 2 white families in commercials this week. I wonder if something is working. IHOP commercial has a white family. That's a surprise. I think we're definitely influencing. Joseph is here too. Great to see you, brother. Without question, we are influencing the conversation across the West. And that's going to influence advertisers, etc. Another influence with business and advertising is that they don't mind, as we talk here often about, they don't mind losing money if it advances the ideology, the religion, which essentially functions the exact same in the human animal, and sacrificing money to advance the religion, to signal obedience to the religion of anti-whiteism. But every now and then they got to pull it back. We've gone through 2 cycles with Victoria's Secret in the past 10 years in this community streaming, where they push, and they go, oh, it's all going to go bankrupt. And then they're like, oh, okay, here's some hot women again. Push. Oh, it's going to go bankrupt. Oh, okay, here's some hot women again. So probably what's happening with IHOP is they've been pushing the anti-whiteism, and now they need to pull it back a little bit, show a couple of white families, and then drive up the revenue. That's obviously going to have a part to play as well. Excuse me. Keeping my eyes open for your tags as we are in the final 40 or so minutes of our time together. So if you have something you would like to add, a question you would like to ask, make sure you tag me as @NoWhiteGuilt. We're going to be getting into our Go Free lesson of the day. Do you speak or write like an anti-white? This is one of the topics, talking about how there's been so much censorship against me in the white sympathetic sphere over the years. And in particular, I'm talking about prior to the internet being strong enough for all of this. And it was this argument, this is one of the arguments that I would make. I would say, do not speak and write like an anti-white. It's detrimental to your psyche. It's detrimental to our recapture of our destiny. And instead of my peers saying, tell me how, tell me more, I don't want to be detrimental to myself. I don't want to be detrimental to the recapture of our destiny. You're clearly a bright person. You've been here forever. You've paid your dues. So what is it about? Tell me more. No. Instead, it was, you're not going to tell me how to speak. I'm not kidding. I wish I were. You all have heard it, though, as well. You've heard it as well. They'll come to you and tell you, you're not going to tell me how to speak, but you better use these specific words if you're going to be in our community. You better refer to our victimizers as Jews or crypto Jew. Back in the day, crypto Jew was Jews and crypto Jews. If you didn't say that, well, you weren't welcome. And you had to talk about Marxism as well. You had to talk about a whole selection of words. But no, they don't have a specific cast of words and concepts you have to use that are all detrimental, because that would be a cult. And so if you're trying to change what the words and the concepts and the identities that they're assuming, well, then you must be some kind of a cult. That's the pushback I got from these absolute vegetables. I'm going to take a look around for any comments that you might have and see if there are any more financial gifts as we listen to Anglo-Saxon and WG.
I was a shadow in the night, a product of the game, lost in the lies, couldn't even bear my name. Told I was nothing, just a weight to hold, living in a system where my soul was sold. Then I found my path, I found my creed, going free gave me all I need. Now I'm standing tall, a man reborn, for my kin, my love, my spirit sworn. They called me a fool, made me hate my own, left me hollow with a heart of stone. But I broke through, saw the ancient fire. Now I'm driven with a pure desire. Then I found my path, I found my creed, going free gave me all I need. Now I'm standing tall, a man reborn, for my kin, my love, my spirit sworn. It's not about anger, it's not about hate, it's the love of my people that set me straight. The strength of my fathers, the wisdom they gave, their legacy lifts me from the grave.
Salty said, wrote here while I was talking, he said, F, dude ain't wrong.
A warrior's heart full of dignity. Through the trials I've come to see the beauty and truth in our destiny. Then I found my path, I found my creed, going free gave me all I need. Now I'm standing tall, a man reborn, for my kin, my love, my spirit sworn. Man of the West, with my head held high, under the heavens of my ancestors' sky. Through love and hope, redemption's key, going free has truly set me free.
What a kick-ass. We have such awesome music. And I can't believe anybody would miss our gatherings. I really can't. But maybe this guy would, that I was just looking at right here. Calls himself an ethnic American. And he says about yours truly, effing do. Effing do. He's a do. You wish. You want me to do very naughty Jewish things to you, don't you? You sicko. Keep your fornication to yourself. Effing do. Well, yeah, can you believe he didn't say that about Jake Lang? He said it about me. Wow. Must be a really interesting community they got going over there, huh? I wonder who's financing that. I wonder who's keeping that going. Not Jake Lang, but Jason Kerner. Well. We have our Go Free lesson of the day. Do you speak or write like an anti-white? This is one of the most destructive things that you can do to yourself and to everybody around you. It is one of the most, and the way I see it is one of the most childish things as well. One of the things that's easiest to address. It's one of the easiest things to address and correct. So to persist in something so detrimental, I really think it's an IQ test. And you see it all the time in the anti-non-white movement. You see it in the cucks as well. This is page 117, second edition, iteration 2, Go Free. Mestizo Cough is in the house. Is he here? Great to see you, brother. If you are here. Do you ever notice yourself or others speaking or writing from the anti-white perspective when objecting to anti-whiteism, either openly or tangentially? And then I give some examples. Quote, we are the bad ones, so we're supposed to shut up and do what we are told, close quote. You see this, it's rank. It's insidious. It's really insidious. It's like you're taking doses of anthrax every time you repeat the catechisms of anti-whiteism. Do you remember years ago, I think it was 3 years ago now, we showed a video of Sean Hannity. When I talked about this same thing, showed a video of Hannity where he and the person he was interviewing, they literally went back and literally, by the literal definition, denotative, they went back and forth reciting catechisms from anti-whiteism and thinking that they were defeating anti-whiteism. Of course, they would call it liberalism or wokeism or whatever, but they were back and forth. They were like trying to outdo each other in the conversation. Have you heard that? We are the bad ones, so we're supposed to shut up and do what we're told, or the equivalent? Have you said it? Have you heard somebody? Don't feel bad if you said it. It's everywhere. Here's another one. They want their diverse rainbow utopia where everyone is happy. I wish I could tell you that I've never heard that before, but it might be one of the most popular. And that, again, is in anti-non-white and cuck circles. So cuck and schmuck circles alike. There are content creators who report the doom document, they doom dissect. Sometimes they have guests on and they doom divine as well. And I'm sad to say that they said this statement. I don't know if they said rainbow, but they said they want their diverse utopia where everyone is happy. I mean, seriously? Why is it that I can come? This is we are the Down syndrome race. Why is it that I can come for 3 decades to white people who ostensibly care about our victimization and say, look, never say shit like that. That is immensely harmful. And I can talk to you all about the conscious mind, the subconscious mind, how it operates. I can give you proofs while we're talking about sitting right here and prove to you what I'm saying. And they're like, no, thank you. I'll just keep saying the catechisms of anti-whiteism. How about this one? We are supposed to help the migrants and prove that we are good people. I mean, you hear that all the time these days with all of the conversation. Again, where is this coming from? 3 more examples. This is coming from the hubris of the conscious mind. That is the ultimate lever of control for psychological warfare operators, and in particular of the devious anti-white bent. They know that there is this hubris of the conscious mind. We in this community accept the reality. Our conscious mind doesn't control shit. Our conscious mind interrupts every now and again the subconscious mind. That's why, among numerous reasons, it's so important that we guard our subconscious mind from entertainment that depicts an anti-white reality. We know that that becomes our lived experience. And it's a burden on us as we attempt to advocate for white well-being. Imagine how easy it would be for white people to advocate for themselves if they had never been subjected to lived experience by way of entertainment that depicting a world where white people are voracious, persecuting, prosecuting, exploiting, raping, pillaging, killing non-whites, and been with all of the non-whites in their tears and innocence and just desire to do good and be happy with everyone. Imagine if they hadn't experienced that. How quick they would be able to say, you, we're not going to do that anti-white thing. No, it's that lived experience through entertainment, through fictionalized reality, through fictionalized history, that they are weighed down. Their conscious mind turns around and it has this leviathan of the subconscious mind that is telling them the facts of the world, the anti-white narrative, telling them how to feel about all of those things, how to feel about the people that feel this way or that way. What are the consequences for the people that come to this conclusion or that conclusion? Are they bad or are they good? This is the control that's exerted. The catechism, the hubris, is in thinking that in this moment, I can say this sarcastically. I can say these things sarcastically, and it's achieving something. It's not. You are literally using your conscious mind to magnify all of the learning in the subconscious mind when you do this. This is the kind of thing that you should have the spit slapped out of your mouth for. Here's another. I want to preserve my traditions, and that makes me evil. How many times have you? I mean, let's get some raises and some hands. Have you heard that one in so many iterations? I want to preserve my traditions. I want to preserve my country, and that makes me evil. I'm for the rule of law, and that makes me evil. I want to have a border, and that makes me a racist. Do you see, as I'm saying it and we focus on it, how those are anti-white catechisms and how detrimental they are to say those things? Imagine how detrimental and injurious it is for white children to hear that. You're standing around, you're at the barbecue, families are milling about, children are running around, and then you have this absolute vegetable. Either he's a schmuck or he's a cuck. In either case, they're out of shape and dickless. And the guy's like, well, I just want to salute the red, white, and blue, and that makes me prejudice. The kids are listening. How about this one? They are stunningly brave heroes when they racially change our societies. That one, oh boy, all of these in various perturbations. I've heard so many times, they had to go in the book. They're so painful, so harmful. And this one, we are the good guys if we reject those bad white people who care about Western civilization. You know, right now that you could find somebody on your street, probably within 2 or 3 houses, who would object to the anti-whiteism at work by saying, I'm the good guy if I don't want them hiring white people. I'm the good guy if I want the borders open. I'm the good guy if I want to give all of our tax dollars to the Somalis. Can you believe I've been censored for arguing against this, doing this? What does that tell you about these content creators and org leaders? Speaking or writing from the anti-white perspective is indicative of deep psychological wounds of white noir. Such behavior is an attempt to medicate white noir with a passive-aggressive irreverence toward anti-whiteism and the anti-white oligarchs. I'm going to read it again. This is really powerful. Such behavior is an attempt to medicate white noir with a passive-aggressive irreverence toward anti-whiteism and the anti-white oligarchs. What is a white person telling you when they speak this way? That they have no power. They're telling you that white people are powerless. White people have no argument. People who are powerful, who are engines onto themselves, entities onto themselves, advocates onto themselves, they are not passively aggressive, are they? Only the weak are passively aggressive. These are the kind of, these passive aggressive, irreverent statements are the stuff of children when it comes to adults' rules, or the administration at the school's rules, the teachers at the school's rules. This is the stuff of children because they have no power, they have no agency. They're effectively just victimized, powerless misfits. And the only thing they can muster is sarcastic, passive aggression. Very often, those medicating their white noir in this fashion will articulate many of the MPs with which they are infected. Very often, those medicating their white noir in this fashion will articulate many of the meme pathogens with which they are infected. You can reflect on the examples I just gave. They are speaking the catechisms of anti-whiteism. I'm the good guy if I want the borders open. That's an MP with which they're infected. They know that in the anti-white narrative in which we live, the good guy wants to do harm to the white race and Western civilization, the creation of the white race. In the examples, the speaker or writer mentioned numerous MPs. And here are some of the MPs from the examples I just gave, and there are many more. Number one, whites are the bad guys. Multiracialism is a positive that leads to greater benefits. Westmen are moral if they empower non-whites at the expense of whites. Serving white well-being is immoral. Anti-whites are our betters. Opposing white well-being is moral, and makes one a good person. Do you ever hear anti-whites talk this way? Do you ever hear any people talk about themselves and their identity, anyone else, this way? No. Demonstrating that we are faced with a unique challenge, a sickness in our minds as a consequence of the anti-white narrative. You could take, do Muslims, not even in the West, but elsewhere in the world, do you think they ever say of themselves that we are the fill in all of the negative that others have said about them? Of course not. Anti-whites never talk this way, and they never will, because the anti-white narrative empowers them rather than vitiating them. Whether you or others have spoken or written like an anti-white, use these opportunities to identify the MPs in yourself. Now, I was being nice there, and I had a lot of influence from many different people because my goal is white well-being. I'm going to get to the arrest of our victimization. So I get the advice of many different people who I think are worthy of giving advice. And so there I say, whether you have said these, that's not my actual sentiment there. The reality is you have. And I know that there are people out there that are insecure, and they're going to hear, and they're going to say, I've never said anything. You fucking have. We all have. You have, because there was a time when you didn't know. Are you a human being? Then that means you're a human animal with a soul. And that means you were subjected to all of this from infancy, and you fell for it just like everyone else. So when you say, or when you have said things like this, or you hear others, it's or written, it's an opportunity to identify the MPs. Make a commitment to yourself that you will never speak or write like an anti-white. Never recite the catechisms of anti-whiteism. And when you see it in others, it's a great opportunity to intervene. And like with everything else in Go Free, this is something that can be throttled up or throttled down. In most cases, when you bring this up, it's either going to be because the person is like somebody we're watching, Hannity on Fox, and we use derision and mockery and explain the science behind it and how the mechanism within the brain and how it operates and harms us, or in person where we're trying to help somebody. And so most of the time, this kind of a thing will be throttled down. You're not going to take identifying, speaking, or writing like an anti-white. You're not going to broach that subject with a radical anti-white in front of you. You hear somebody say it, maybe you're the head of the house and somebody does this and you say, no, here's why. And you explain exactly. Maybe you get out Go Free. Maybe you find this segment. Here's why we don't do that. And it's an opportunity to talk about, yet again, another proof of the anti-white narrative. Is there an anti-white narrative? We have countless proofs of it, don't we? We find it everywhere. We identify it everywhere. Is it consistent across Western civilization? Of course, we have countless proofs. We identify it everywhere. This is another magnificent proof that there is a narrative. The human animal always and only lives in a narrative. And the narrative can be more or less fiction. And in the case of anti-whiteism, it is wildly more fictional. But the subconscious doesn't know. the fiction from the reality. So we can use the opportunity when somebody speaks like this to demonstrate that there is an anti-white narrative. And here are the reasons why you don't talk like this. Here is how it works against you. And the understanding of that relationship between conscious and subconscious and the fiction's influence as reality on the subconscious mind is a powerful tool to equip someone with, especially if you care about them. Over the years, I've been, it's always felt good when people come back to me. Honestly, I mean, a tiny bit of me, I'm a little sorry, but almost zero. When they come back to me and they say, you've ruined fiction for me. You know, as soon as I fully understood what you're saying here, I see anti-whiteism everywhere. I can't watch shit. And I see how they're manipulating me. I'm worried about my subconscious mind, which you can't talk to your subconscious mind, right? You can't say to your subconscious mind, hey, subconscious, this isn't real, so don't take it as real. It doesn't work that way. Turn on a horror movie, and you can't. It doesn't work that way. The subconscious mind is using your seeing, your hearing, your everything the same way the conscious mind does. It's using all of that, bringing it in, and then giving you physiological responses as though it's real. You can't tell it. No. If it were up to me, I would never have been subjected to any fiction that wouldn't empower me and my people. If I were in charge of children, there would be no fiction that they would be allowed to imbibe that didn't empower them and our people. Zero. If I were in charge of kids, zero. Now, I get it. Most situations are, you can't do that. You simply can't. So what's the alternative? Inoculation. You teach them about anti-whiteism, and you also reduce the amount of fiction that they intake. So you inoculate them by teaching them about anti-whiteism, teaching them about MPs, etc., so that they'll see it when it happens, and that'll be a little bit of a wake when they see it. A little bit. I mean, if you have children and you're sitting in the living room and the home security commercial comes on of any company, and the white guy is breaking in the window yet again, and the single white woman who lives in the house picks up the phone, and a black guy answers at the company, and then non-white police officers show up to arrest the white guy. If your children don't go, that's anti-whiteism, that's garbage, then you're failing. Why? Because they just lived a real world experience of white males being the predators of white females and non-whites coming to their rescue. How many white little girls live that as their lived experience through entertainment, through their childhood? How many times have they experienced that white males are there to harm them, non-white males are there to save them? Tens of thousands of times. Literature, television, made-for-TV movies, silver screen movies, plays. It's everywhere. Is that really what you want your little white daughters going out into the world believing? That's how we end up with so many white females who get their heads cut off and who get raped and etc. Because all of the normal signals that they would get, say they're out and they're in need of help. Like, for example, God, so many come to my mind. It just is a deluge. North Carolina, white female, separated from her friends, mildly inebriated, kind of drunkish, trying to find her way home. Here's a black guy that comes up to offer help. Great big black guy comes to offer help. Is he actually a good person or not? She's learned thousands of times that they're all good. So the normal way that she would sense and attempt to understand the situation, and if this guy can help, to what degree, is he a good person? Is he not? Are there signals here that are telling me that he's actually quite dangerous? If I'm kind of unsure, how can he help?
Can he flag down a cab for me? Because I'm not quite sure. And so this is all that I'll accept from him for help. No, all that's gone. It's gone from the 10,000 experiences of the non-white guy being the rescuer. It's her normal reaction to other signals that there's an issue there, that this is not a good person, have been muted by this anti-white immoral imperative that says she's evil if she senses anything that's not glorious in him. So she went home. She went and got in his car with him, and they found her disfigured, raped body in a field. You know whose fault that was? Her parents, or whoever her guardians were. That's the power of entertainment. Maybe that's why so many people don't want to hear it. They want to continue in the Roman style, just bread and circus. And then I'll just use my conscious mind. There's no chance. No chance for that. All right. Looking for tags or financial gifts as we're getting out of here. Don't let that guy speak. He's got strange words. He's probably a Jew. Last independent thinker is in the house. Good to see you. Chrysevo Airborne is here. Hello and welcome. Says the algorithm brought him here. Now, you better go play the lottery right now. And 1% to white well-being. If the algorithm brought you here, you're the one in 2026. You are the one in 2026. On YouTube? Wow. Oh, stumbling. Great to see you, brother. And adding another one of these, speaking or writing like an anti-white. Quote, you can't say that anymore. When I was in junior high school, when I began pushing back against all this, and I write about it in my book, Crucible, that was one of the most infuriating ones I would hear from patriotic or conservative adults. Oh, you can't say that anymore. Damned if I'm not. You. I don't know what it was about me. You probably had the same problem to a degree. But when they recited those catechisms, I was like, you. Oh, you know what I found? I gotta share it next time. All of these folks talking about the totality of Gen Z is like this revolutionary generation. No, there are good people in Generation Z, like all of the others. But statistically, they're dumber. And it's the first time ever in recorded history. It's the first time ever. And the data is out. Misty Zokarf is here. Good to see you, brother. Stumbling pointing out it's the same as calling anti-whites bleeding heart liberals. Like their fault is being too compassionate and moral. Precisely. That was another one when I was in junior high school. I heard that from patriotic or conservative adults. Just damn bleeding heart liberals. What? Not hardly. You mean white murdering liberals? I mean, you want to frame it that way. Bleeding heart? No. Bleeding heart means they care. So you're in opposition to caring. Stumbling says, trying to free the white race from anti-whiteism is like opening a window for an especially dumb fly. Yes. You knock the whole wall down. That's what we've done here. We've like knocked the whole wall down and we're like, you can leave, fly.
Western 007 is in the live chat. Good to see you. I was watching The Notebook with my old lady, and I explained to her that the subconscious message was distrust and hate your parents. She didn't like hearing that, says Joseph. You're right. You're right. And that's the thing. That's one of the proofs that the subconscious mind is experiencing the fiction as reality, and they're enjoying the fiction as reality. And when you interrupt it, that's one of the things I talk about doing, interrupting people. And you see how irritated they get. They have this visceral response, being irritated to the reality being interfered with. You're right, brother. That was Joseph. And that was the right thing to do. Henry says, we might as well just say to the anti-whites, let's just get unicorns and magic wands and fairies, and we'll all be super nice to each other, and everything will be perfect. Yes. Yeah, might as well. They're going to be reciting catechisms. Cool Papa says, when I took Spanish classes, they'd literally take pieces of the language that are used in Spain and not South America and say it was outdated. Wow. Total white erasure of the European language, Spanish. Wow. How despicable and very sharp of you to pick that up. What's the gun 007 says, do you have a favorite movie that is not anti-white? The closest I can come is the Lord of the Rings. It is not perfect, but it is much, much better than so many others. Western kind has been conditioned to act outside of their norms and very nature by anti-white, says Julian. 100%. Exactly. That is the infection of anti-whiteism, to act in a way that is detrimental to the preservation of the organism holding the ideas and the concepts. Precisely. Let me make sure that I didn't miss anybody in our final minutes here. Lord of the Ree is here. Good to see you. All right, didn't miss anybody over here. It looks like very, very good. Well, there's the great Brand Danger. And that's right. Brand Danger does have over at School of the West a list. Follow that link that he's just added and take a look at the list. You're going to get the best material that's available. Thank you so much, brother, for adding that and for doing the work to put that together. Big salutes for this guy. Talk about a situational leader. Big salutes to Dean Danger. I watched one of the radical left's planning meetings today. These people are lawyers, teachers, carpenters, etc. The protesters have jobs to go to the next day, says Lord of the Ree. Well, then they can be identified. These people treat their ideology like they are radical Islamists. Well, this is the effects of anti-whiteism. It is ideology on the human animal is the exact same thing as religion. And, we talk and teach about how a person, whether white or non-white, becomes an anti-white. And then once anti-white in the anti-white narrative, what that means for them, how they see themselves. And then these are the reasons and motivators that enable them to travel hundreds, even over 1,000 miles to go and shout down somebody who was going to be speaking at a university and spit on them and everything else. This is why we don't give them the names of their taking or take the names of their giving. This is why we don't play the villain in their story, because the villain in their story is never going to defeat them. So much in the Go Free practice comes from the unmistakable realities for those who are bright enough and honest enough and courageous enough to admit them, and plots a course from where we are incapable, where we are powerless, and brings us from there to a place where we are powerful and capable. And that's why we have so many victories here. And that's why we had, like Nathan Lentini last week, IRL, at work, with police departments, in Canadian courts, with unions. We can go all the way down the line. That's why we have so many victories, because of what we teach. Thank you. Absolutely. Thanks for chiming in. Hyperborean Dream is here. Every single day at 2 p.m. is the Shade Tree. And it's here on X. I retweet. And maybe we can, if Tree Godfather is still here, he could drop a link maybe to his and or a Hans, so that people, accounts on X, so that people can find and participate. 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every day. I'm there as often as possible and participate as well. On Sundays at 5 p.m., we have our Going Free Gathering, Church of the West. This is what we do here, and we save the world. Wednesdays, I'm back at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we get together for another church, a roll-in Church of the West, a little bit longer, a little bit less rigid as our Sunday get-togethers. And then right after that gathering, we get together for Rebel Roundtable, which is a X space on my account on X. But if you're going to follow me, then you're going to have to follow me on numerous places, and in particular Telegram. The links are in the description below on YouTube. I am the most shadow banned man on planet Earth. You will never see me again. If you just give a like, we've had numerous instances over the years, and people who have witnessed it firsthand can attest, where folks have shown up and said, we just had one the other day. Folks showed up and said, I followed you last January, never got another alert until this January. This is how the shadow banning works. Well, as you can see, our memes break right through the shadow banning, even as rigid as it is on X in this free speech but not reach. Yes, we're breaking through. We're going to continue finding ways breaking through. We're going to continue seeding the population with the concepts that liberate them from this anti-white narrative, which is everything. And then the world is ours. I love you all. See you soon. Let's go free.